Good evening and welcome to the Chatham Board of Selectmen December 22nd, 2020 meeting. This is remote participation only. I'll note the time to be 6 p.m. Please note this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please notify me. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Chatham Board of Selectmen is being conducted via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 134-208-476#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Channel 18, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. Okay, so as I said, this is remote participation meeting, and it is important that we are able to conduct this meeting to the best of our ability tonight to allow for the presentations to be heard and to have public comment at the appropriate time. So before we start the meeting, I'm going to ask that you mute your audio and disable your video until the time to present or comment comes. We will begin the meeting by taking a roll call of the Board of Selectmen in order to declare we have a quorum. So I'll start the roll now. Selectman Kokolis.
Present.
Selectman Metters.
Present.
Selectman Dykens.
Present.
Selectman Nicastro.
Present.
And the chair is present. So I declare a quorum. So tonight, to begin with, we are going to have acceptance of meeting minutes December 8th and December 15th. So do I have a motion to accept the meeting minutes of December 8th?
So moved, Peter.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay. Are there any additions or edits to that? Peter, your hand's up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 2, under the main paragraph 2, the second and third lines down that have to do with the Cape Light compact rate. It's not incorrect, but it's better stated as 11.85 cents per kilowatt hour. And then on the next line, 11.6 cents per kilowatt hour. And then I have one other nit on page 6 on the top paragraph. The fourth line down where it starts with said driveways should be said driveways issues and then were addressed.
Okay.
Yeah, W and D. Thank you.
Dean.
Madam Chair, on page 7, the consent agenda item D, the vote at the end where it says Principal Planner Ali Sabatino was nominated, it should say Ali Sabatino is appointed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's my only edit.
Thank you. Any other edits or additions?
No.
Okay, we'll take a roll to accept the meeting minutes of December 8th, 2020. Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolis.
Aye.
Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
The chair says aye. So we accepted meeting minutes 500. Okay, we'll move on to the December 15th meeting minutes. And these are rather substantial because we did add some of the emails into the meeting minutes. Are there motion to accept or to approve? Okay. And a second?
Second.
Okay. Any additions or edits to the minutes? Jim?
Madam Chair, I've got some nits.
Okay.
But the bottom of page 3, the very last line, move forward with a bid in hand option to phase the project. Bid in hand.
Yep.
Yep. Page 8, top of the page. Rick Levitt, Leavitt. First word, top of the page.
Mm-hmm.
And then fourth paragraph, 1, 2, 3, third paragraph, this needs to be a space between 2022 and the annual town meeting. Again, I noted during this, but you're right, they're very extensive minutes and very well done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shauna.
Okay, any other additions or edits to this, okay, great, yes, thank you, Shauna. Okay, so we'll take a vote to accept the meeting minutes of December 15th, 2020. Peter,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
and Jeff.
Aye.
And chair says aye. So these meeting minutes have been approved 500. Okay. All right. So let's see. All right. So before we start the meeting, I do want to remind everybody to please mute your audio and disable your video until the time to present or comment. Okay. I do want to do that again. Our next order is public announcements and agenda item requests. This is where you may make a general non-deliberative community announcement or request an agenda item to be considered for an upcoming meeting. I'll turn to the board first. But I think first I wanted to just give you guys an update for next week, if you don't mind. This is just info for you to just be thinking about. You'll see in the future agenda items, we have tentatively set for capital projects prioritizations next week. So we're gonna, Alex and Jill have been working on a presentation for us. And what we're gonna try to do is look at this through the aspects of a broader community lens. So we'll have more to follow up unless Jill has anything else she'd like to add to that. But we'll have more to follow up by before Christmas Eve. We'll receive our agenda packets for next week. Okay. All right. So any other board members have an agenda item request or public announcement to make? Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is a simple for a future agenda that's on our list, just as a reminder. Has to do with short-term rentals. And I know that the staff is working on this. So update on the 2020 season and review of state regulations and a need for local regulation. It's just that that's the end of the year, and I'll put it in again so we get it sometime before, the season starts. That's it. Thank you.
Any other board members have anything? Okay. Okay, I'll ask the remote participants if you have any public announcements or agenda items requests. Please use the hand raising application in the Teams meeting, or I'll ask for a voice recognition and they'll call on you. Anybody? Okay, I don't see anybody and I don't hear anybody, so we're going to move on. Thank you. I do want to go over and review our agenda items and give an overview of the procedures for tonight, because we have several different things that we're doing. But in our new business section, we're going to hear from a COVID-19 update from Dr. Duncanson and our town manager, Goldsmith. And the public at that time will have an opportunity to ask questions after each of the presentations. I just want to make sure people understand that. And next, we'll be asking for public comments. And this is where anybody in the public body can speak to any matter in our new business agenda, which tonight will include several different items. We're going to have a budget policy discussion on the Monomoy Regional School District assessment for Chatham Elementary School. We'll be considering an application for junk dealer permit at 215 Mill Hill Road. We'll do some license renewals and get a monthly report from the town manager. I do want to say that I do want to note those wishing to speak who do use the Teams app to do that at the appropriate time. I also want to say that the applicants and presenters will speak during the actual agenda item discussion. Item C is for a consent calendar. The next thing that we will have is we will be doing an open a public hearing, which is an appeal hearing for the of the HBDC, which will include public comments at that time, limited to 3 minutes per speaker. I'll go over those details of the hearing and when the time is appropriate. Then there'll be a board discussion of our business agenda items. And again, the public will be able to comment after our discussion. And then we'll have final words from the board and a motion to adjourn. So we've got a lot to do tonight. And I just wanted to make notes of that. So I think the first order of business for us is to go ahead with with our coronavirus update from Dr. Duncanson, our Director of Health and Natural Resources. Bob?
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you all see me?
Sure can.
Okay. All right. So just quickly, I won't go through all the numbers tonight like we normally do, but just a quick update on where we are in Chatham. Right now, we have 6 active cases in Chatham, and we have a total of 71 cases. So if you give me a second here and let me share my screen. Oh, there we go. Can you all see the age distribution of our current cases?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so just quickly, a couple things I wanted to touch on. The 20 to 29-year-old age demographic continues to be the highest number of cases for Chatham. However, we have recently seen a slight uptick in the 60 to 80-year-old grouping. And this is not inconsistent with some information that the governor discussed today on his news briefing, which was in Massachusetts. We did see that expected peak after Thanksgiving in terms of the number of cases. And we did see, and most of those cases were related to the younger demographic. However, now that we're about 3 to 3.5, 4 weeks post Thanksgiving, that is now translating into a higher number of cases in the more senior population and also an increase in hospitalizations among that older population. And, the consensus, the theory is that over that Thanksgiving holiday period, when we had a lot of the younger folks returning from college who didn't necessarily take the proper precautions, unfortunately, that is now showing up in the older demographic. And so I, as well as the governor and others, want to really bring home the fact that as we go into the Christmas and New Year's season, it is vitally important that that younger demographic of folks that, may not get the disease severely, but can transmit it to that older population. They really need to pay attention to that. This is not a year for the normal get-togethers and partying, with your friends from school and your friends from your neighborhood. This is a year to really, refrain from that and keep it within your own household pod and not be out and about. So I just wanted to discuss that with the age demographic slide. And then the other slide that I just quickly wanted to show, this is our case count graphic that we've been showing the last couple of weeks. This is updated through today. And as we've talked about the last couple of weeks, and as you can see, we have now had more cases in the month of December than we've had in any other month since the pandemic began. And again, just like last week, we're only at December 22nd, so there's still room for further increase. So we are clearly seeing that push after Thanksgiving, as well as the overall impact of, people spending more time inside. So, again, it's the time, even though a vaccine is on the horizon, remember that for the large majority of the population, they will not be able to get vaccine until April or May or even June of next year. So we need to continue to be proactive, continue to take the proper precautions, wear masks, social distance, and all those other important things that we know have been effective at keeping the pandemic under control. And then the only other thing I wanted to touch on quickly were just a couple of other updates from our DPH call this afternoon. As you're probably aware, flu vaccine is now mandatory for all school-age children. However, that deadline, which was originally December 31st, has now been extended out to February 28th, although hopefully most families have already gotten their school-age children vaccinated. And then I just wanted to touch on the fact that the Community Tracing Collaborative, which, had kind of scaled things back a little bit, only because they were responding to the surge in cases, and it took a little while to revamp and restaff. They are now restaffed. They are reaching out to 80% of the cases now by phone. They do a total of 6 phone calls over 3 days. And right now they're being successful in reaching about 80% of the cases. So that is great news again. And then the other big news announced by the governor today is a temporary executive order that takes place on Saturday, the 26th of December, and is going to be in place until Sunday, January 10th. And it may be extended further, but this is temporary measures because we're trying, or the state is trying to control the current surge that they're seeing from Thanksgiving, as well as prevent or minimize a surge over the Christmas and New Year's holidays. And just a couple of things that I wanted to touch on that came out of that order today, because it's germane to a lot of the businesses in Chatham. There will now be a capacity limit in restaurants. To date, that has not been the case. Restaurants were able to have as many tables and whatnot as they could accommodate with the requirements for, 6 feet between tables and whatnot. But the 25% limitation on restaurants will now apply starting on Saturday. And indoor and outdoor seating, if restaurants are still doing both of those, the 25% limit will apply to each of those independently. So meaning you can't lump them together. You have to have 25% seating indoors and 25% seating outdoors. And as I said, that's going to remain in place until at least January 10th. And there are a number of other limit reductions in terms of, how many people can gather and whatnot. And we'll get that information posted up either today or tomorrow. There is going to be a reduction in the limit of office spaces as well. However, at this point, I'm not seeing that applying to our town offices because for the most part, we've already maximized space between individuals. We still have people working from home and whatnot, so I don't see this change having any impact on town government operations at this time. But I just wanted to get that out. There are some fairly, substantial changes. A lot of them don't necessarily apply in Chatham because we don't have, driving and flight schools. But overall, for the most part, the number of people or the number of people limited in most venues is dropping from 40% down to 25%. And that's a substantial change. So with that, I think that's all the critical items that I wanted to cover, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Dr. Duncanson? Any from the board? None from the board. Okay. Jeff, you have a question.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Bob, any word from the local folks in the county on vaccines availability for the town and town staff, et cetera? Timing?
Nothing specific at this point. We do know that the next group of folks that are going to receive the vaccine will be first responders. Yeah. And we're working with the county because Chatham is relatively small and a number of our neighboring towns, in terms of the number of first responders, because the state was really looking for organizations or communities that could do at least 200 shots at a time of vaccine. So we're working with the county, and the county is probably going to provide vaccine for first responders on a regional basis. So there's going to be, one vaccination or one period of time for pretty much the mid to the outer Cape, and then the lower Cape, and then a couple of the towns, because they have larger staffs of first responders, they will be doing it, themselves. But that's going to be the next group. Next week, hopefully starting next week, is going to be the long-term care facilities. And that's being done by federal contract with CVS and Walgreens. And then next up will be the first responders, and then the next group probably in which hopefully will be early January for them. And then the next group after that will include groups like DPW workers, educators, and whatnot. That'll probably be mid-January into February. But we don't have any specific dates yet for those particular ones to start up.
But the county's leading that effort, so that's
Yes,
good.
the county is going to lead that effort for us, just like they do for some of the regional flu clinics. You know, we have a good system in place, so it really made sense to do it that way.
Super. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, great. Dean, your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Bob, for the report. I will refrain from making any comment about why politicians in Washington are getting the vaccine ahead of older people in this country, but that's the way it goes, I guess. I did want to ask, do you happen to know on what basis the government is distinguishing the distribution of the Moderna vaccine versus the Pfizer vaccine? Or is it just whatever comes in first, they're going to send out?
I'm not aware of any specific criteria that they're using. I think it was just the Pfizer vaccine was first. They distributed all that. Moderna is now being distributed. So it's really just what was currently available in the various warehouses to get out as quickly as possible. Okay. So right now, healthcare facilities are receiving both types. You know, pretty much every state is receiving both types. Okay. So there's no specifics that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. Bob from the board? Okay. Remote participants, if you have a question for Dr. Bob, please raise your hand now or speak out your name, and I'll, if you don't have that capability, and I'll note it. Okay, we have one person, Elaine?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I may have missed it, but how many current cases do we have in Chatham? And how many this week, the increase over last week? And what is the demographic, if you can tell us the demographic, or at least are these private citizens or were they in any public facilities? And then I just have one other comment after that.
As I mentioned at the beginning, we currently have a total of 71 cases in Chatham since the pandemic began. I use January 1st, if you will, but it really started in March. So we have 71 total cases. We're currently tracking 6 active cases. And since last week's meeting, we've had about 7 cases reported. A couple of those were actually older cases, if you will, meaning the individual was in the system but had negative test results, and then recently they were tested again for whatever reason, and they are now showing up as positive. And unfortunately, the way the system works, we don't necessarily get notified immediately because they're already in the system. So we did have 6 or 7 cases since the board met last week. In terms of age demographics, the new cases that we've had since last week have ranged from a low of around 25 up to our oldest recent case was 88. So, you know, again, it spans the entire age demographic. We had 2 folks in their 20s. We had 1 person in their 50s, 1 in their 60s, and 2 in their 80s since the board last met. So.
Okay, but they are all private citizens, not working in any of the stores or restaurants in Chatham.
As far as I know, they are all private citizens. Obviously, you know, we generally get notified when a business has a positive case. We have not been made aware of any in this intervening week of any restaurants or retail establishments or anything like that.
Okay. Oh, thank you. And my only other comment, I would echo what Dean said about having Washington get inoculated. I understand first responders and teachers, but how did DPW get on that list? Am I missing something that are we talking all DPW workers are going to get inoculated before, you know, people in nursing homes?
No, people in nursing homes are the next up, and that should start next week, as I said. Folks in long-term care facilities are in the second group. And then in the third group, we have things like DPW workers, public health workers, grocery store employees, and folks like that. They are considered, as you can imagine, they are considered essential to the functioning of the overall economy and country and whatnot. So that's why they've been prioritized in that order. And if you go onto the state's vaccine website, they have that all broken out. What group of individuals is in what group for vaccine? In the next group, as part of that, will be those over 65, those with comorbidities, and then the younger demographic, and the healthy folks will really be the last ones to be vaccinated. But that is, there's also been changes since the state originally came out with their plan, just to address, some groups that have requested that they be moved up in the priority. And the state is considering that and has made some changes to that list.
Okay, I don't understand DPW workers, but thank you very much for that information, and I will go check it out.
Okay, any other remote participants want to ask Dr. Bob questions? Hearing none, we'll move over to Town Manager Goldsmith for an update. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So town offices are open for business, but closed for public access, and they'll remain closed until after the first of the year. We had public access by appointments until about 2 weeks ago or so, right before Thanksgiving. And so again, they're available, they're working remotely or they're working in person, answering phones, emails, and we have drop boxes. DPW employees throughout the pandemic have been reporting to work every day. They've been deemed essential employees working at the transfer station, parks and DPW grounds and so forth. So they have been reporting to work to their assignments. And just reminding people to please wear a mask. We're going to take a pass on 2020 with our family celebrations so that we can have great celebrations in 2021. And happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Any questions for Jill from the board? Okay, any remote participants would like to ask Jill a question? Okay, thank you, Jill, for the update. All right, we're going to move on to our next item, which is the public comment period. I just want to go through it again to make sure that everybody gets an understanding of how this works. This is where you can speak on any matter in our business agenda, which tonight we have the Monomoy Regional School District Assessment for Chatham Elementary School, application for a junk dealer permit. We have some license renewals and a monthly report, and all of this is in our agenda packet. I will note that if you want to speak, you can start raising your hand now through the Teams app. Also, I will ask if anybody would like to speak. They can speak out and just let me know that. So anybody wish to make a public comment at this time? I see Danielle Talley's hand up. Danielle, welcome. And then Justin Bohannon. Danielle?
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, yes.
Okay, great. I wish to speak to the agenda item of the Monomoy Regional School District Agreement and the Chatham Elementary School. I was looking through the packet for this evening's meeting and was reading what the superintendent will be recommending to address the two issues. One of which is the tax inequity between Harwich taxpayers and Chatham taxpayers of the cost per pupil. And the other is how to remedy having too few students in any elementary school. And he lays out pretty clearly that to address the inequity of taxpayers, the simplest thing would be for Chatham to pay for its own elementary school. And in the grand scheme of Chatham's full operating budget, it would be a very small amount and is very doable for Chatham. So I would just encourage folks and the board to say yes to that, and let's agree to address the simple matter of inequity by having Chatham pay for its own elementary school. And it basically would be no sweat for Chatham to be able to do that. The second point is how to remedy having too few students in any elementary school. I want to encourage folks not to conflate these two issues together. That these are separate issues, and they're being kind of wound as entangled and embedded with each other. But I think they're actually really separate issues. And any conversation about how to remedy having too few students in the elementary school needs to be held in the context of the town's long-term plan and vision and commitment to retaining year-round families and ensuring that Chatham remains a sustainable community and place where people can continue to raise their children. If we're having conversations about the elementary school, it's, it goes beyond upper and lower schools or redistricting. It really, these conversations about how to remedy the number of students in school has to be held within that broader context. And anything else is, in my opinion, a kind of waste of time and is going to be putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. So we really need to get to the root of the problem. And I think we actually have far more solutions and options available than the three that are laid out, which is housing all students in one building eventually, or having the redistricting, or having an upper and lower schools. We have a wealth of knowledge and experience and local parents and families that have been untapped so far to participate in this conversation and come up with creative solutions to the issue of retaining year-round families and ensuring that we do have a vibrant and thriving elementary school. So I just want to encourage and remind the board that that second point about the declining enrollment, it needs to be held in the context of Chatham's overall community sustainability plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next person who would like to make a comment, public comment, is Justin Bohannon. Welcome, Justin. Justin, you may be muted. I think you're muted.
Hi, I also wanted to speak on the issue of the elementary school, both from the perspective of a parent of a young child in town and a mathematical perspective. First of all, just the idea of not having an elementary school in town, as the previous speaker said, it sends the wrong message to young families in town and prospective young families in town. Why would a young family want to move here if we don't have our own elementary school? We absolutely need to have our own elementary school. I wouldn't, as a parent, it's a community thing to have an elementary school to send your kid to. Just looking at some other towns, this is all based off of projection that the superintendent has made of there being 100 students 5 years down the road at Chatham Elementary School. First of all, that projection is poorly timed, because to make that projection during a pandemic is frankly irresponsible. My wife works at an elementary school on Cape. Her kindergarten enrollment at her school is down 35% this year because of the pandemic. That's not just isolated to her school. That's statewide, if not countrywide. So we really need to look at numbers after the pandemic passes and see where that is. But just looking at other schools on Cape, Truro has 106 students pre-K through 6, and we're talking about a K through 4 school in Chatham. P-Town has 120 students pre-K through 8. Wellfleet has 105 students pre-K through 5. So the very idea that our school is too small is not a given. And that leads me to the idea that the survey was just very poorly worded to begin with. It presupposed the idea that having a small elementary school is a bad thing. And that just really set the tone of the survey and really didn't let anyone say that, no, this isn't even a problem. And finally, just when you look at the results of the survey, the parents of either current or future Chatham Elementary School students strongly voted for keeping the elementary school. So I think that the town should listen to those parents, and that needs to be our focus, is one way or another keeping this elementary school. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Any other public comments at this time? Okay, I don't see any. So thank you, everyone who made comments right now. We will have another public comment period after our discussions later in the agenda. Okay, so the next item tonight is a consent calendar, a consent agenda, and that is routine and non-controversial or administrative matters that require the board's action. Dean, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't want to pull this item from the agenda, but I know town council is on the phone, is on the call. I have a couple of editorial, I guess, suggestions for the documents.
Okay,
For Shauna, I can make them now if you'd like.
go right ahead,
The
Dean.
first is that the document that's called acceptance of deed. I'm assuming we're going to be doing one of these for each of the 3 parcels. If not, then it should say acceptance of deeds. And my question to Shauna would be, are we going to have to sign this in person, or can we fix electronic signatures? These are going to be recorded, so I suspect we're going to have to sign them in person.
Yes, they do require wet signatures.
Are they ready tonight? I mean, I could sign on the way out, but otherwise I could sign when they're ready.
I can make copies quickly. Yeah.
That's okay. I'll wait until you have them in due course. The next point was the quitclaim deed for the Atwood, from the Atwood Nominee Trust. This is a question for Mr. Costello, or point of information. Should this not read as a trustee deed? And in the acknowledgement, in the 3rd page of that deed, in the 4th line where it says the foregoing instrument to be as free act in deed, I would suggest the insertion of the phrase as trustee. So those are my comments, but otherwise I would vote to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, I don't know if Pat's available right now. Pat? Yes, he is. There he is. Hi, Pat.
Good evening, folks. Thank you, Dean, for the comments. Yes, that deed was reviewed and drafted by the Sellers Council. He made some last-minute modifications to the deeds with respect to the trust language. I will certainly discuss those proposed modifications with him, but I do believe that the information in there relative to the trust and the status of the trustee are accurate, but we will confirm and make those stylistic changes you've noted.
Thank you, Pat. Madam Chair, I move to approve the.
You'll have to say that again, Dean.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second, Peter.
Okay, I will take a roll call vote. Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
The chair says aye, so approved 5-0 with the contingencies, or the changes, excuse me. Okay, we're going to move on to a public hearing, which I will have Corey read at this time, and then we'll go over a review of how this is going to proceed. Corey is our clerk. Corey, would you read the notice?
Absolutely. Town of Chatham Appeal Hearing Notice. Notice is hereby given that the Chatham Board of Selectmen will hold a hearing on Tuesday, December 22nd, 2020 at 6 p.m. remotely through the Microsoft Teams platform to consider appeals by Chatham Productions, LLC, of the Historic Business District Commission's decisions on applications 20-100, 20-101, 20-102, 20-103, and 20-104, relative to the demolition of certain buildings located at 776 Main Street and 70 Depot Road, in parentheses, Monomoy Theater property. All interested parties are encouraged to participate through the link in the posted Board of Selectmen meeting agenda, signed Board of Selectmen.
Okay, thank you, Corey, very much. All right, before we get started, we want to go over the purpose of this hearing. Corey read the applications to demolish the the notice, the application numbers. But the HBDC meeting was held on November 18th, 2020. And those applications and the meeting minutes are available on the town's website. But tonight, we're looking at what our roles are. The Board of Selectmen's role in this appeal is to determine if the HBDC's denial of the 5 applications for demolition were arbitrary, capricious, unreasonable, inconsistent with the HBDC's own rules, or outside its legal authority. If the board concludes that the HBDC decision was arbitrary, capricious, unreasonable, and inconsistent with the HBDC's own rules, or that the HBD acted outside the scope of its authority, the board can annul, modify, or supplement said decision as it deems appropriate. If the board determines that the HBDC's decision was reasonable in light of the established facts and within the scope of its legislative authority, the HBDC decision should be affirmed. We do have town council here on the meeting, and I hope everyone has had a chance to review the town council's email and the HBDC's meeting. So Pat, I don't know if you wanted to add anything more to that before I asked if the board had any questions of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the email I had sent previously, I tried to be as comprehensive as I could with regard to the role of the board. The board is an intermediary appellate body here in this particular situation. The board has the authority without any real great elaboration set forth in the Special Act and in the HBDC rules and regulations to hear appeals of HBDC decisions. Any decision rendered by the Board of Selectmen can hereafter be appealed to the Superior Court. The Superior Court, when reviewing a decision of the Board of Selectmen in this regard, will apply pretty much the standard that you had just enunciated, Madam Chair. It's the typical land use regulatory review standard. The court will determine whether the Board of Selectmen's decision was arbitrary, capricious, unreasonable, or outside of the board's legal authority. I suggested that that be a standard that the board keep in mind while it is conducting this hearing this evening, because quite frankly, the decision that the board renders tonight, if appealed, will be judged by a court on that very same standard. I look at the Special Act requirements and the policies and procedures established by the HBDC as giving that body the principal determination authority for these particular applications for certificates and demolition authorizations. The HBDC steps into that role as the first body hearing the facts, hearing the evidence regarding the request. It renders its determination. Neither the Special Act nor the rules and regulations, as previously noted, specify any specific criteria that the Board of Selectmen would have to apply during its hearing on appeal. Therefore, I think the board has fairly broad and wide discretion in that regard to render a determination as it deems appropriate. I would suggest, however, that since this is an appeal to the Board of Selectmen, that the board should exercise some level of deference or recognition of the HBDC's role and authority in this regard when it does render its determination. I think the board can either approve the HBDC determination, it can supplement it, it can modify it based on the evidence that it hears tonight. It can overturn or annul that determination if it does feel, as the chair had noted, that the board acted, that the HBDC acted outside the scope of its authority, or that its decision was arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable. So I think your discretion is broad, and I'd be happy to answer any particular questions you may have on the procedures.
So right now we're going to ask if anybody has questions about the procedure before we start the hearing process. And I noted that Dean's hand has been up from the beginning. So Dean, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, process-wise, I'd like to request that the email that the board received on November 25th, 2020 from Victoria Clark, which essentially was the letter of appeal, which we do have in our packet, but it also included several attachments, which were essentially the documents that were filed at the HBDC. I would ask that those be entered into the record of this hearing.
Okay.
Secondly, I do have a couple of questions for town council. Pat, thank you very much for a very exhaustive email on the standard of review. So I have two, one on that topic, and secondly on disposition, potential disposing of the case. So you just mentioned, you used the word deference, and in one of the cases that's cited in your Leopoldstadt case, the quote selected out is that the principle is one of deference, not abdication. I know that in the area of professional discipline cases, because I've had some experience in that area, the SJC has called for substantial deference to the fact finder by essentially a review body. Are we talking about a level of deference that is equivalent to that, or something lesser that would be more applicable, or perhaps of a different type in the real estate or land use area, such as you mentioned? And should the board conclude that the commission acted within the scope of its authority, but exercised that authority in an arbitrary or capricious manner, is that a potential permissible finding for the board? So that's several questions wrapped into one. I'd just like a little bit more explanation or elucidation on the standard of review.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The standard of deference to be applied, Dean, I believe, is whatever level the board feels is appropriate. Again, this is not a judicial review of a local board's administrative decision. I referenced that standard and refer to it for the board's consideration because that is what you folks will ultimately be judged upon if and when there is a subsequent appeal. I do believe that the substantial deference standard is one that would apply at the judicial level. I do not believe that you as an administrative or executive body of the town would be held to that same level of deference. Nonetheless, we have to keep in mind that the HBDC is the body that the legislature charged in the special act to make this determination, and that should the Board of Selectmen completely disregard and or ignore the determination of the HBDC, not that I believe that you will at all do that, but should that be the case, what would transpire then is you'd have two separate independent boards acting independently of one another, and an applicant could in essence forum shop for the more favorable body to choose to go before to have his, her, or its application decided. So I would suggest that within the scope of the policies and procedures that the HBDC has established pursuant to its rulemaking authority, your board should apply deference to the determination of the board. However, by no means are you bound to or held to strictly follow any determination that the HBDC had rendered. You are entitled during this appeal to hear the facts that are presented to you, give them whatever weight you deem appropriate, and render your determination based on your independent judgment. However, I would suggest that some deference should be afforded to the HBDC as the local body with the perceived expertise in this particular subject matter, and that you, as a reviewing board, should afford them some level of deference. Secondly, I'm sorry, what was your final question? I had that teed up and then I lost track of it.
I asked whether if the board should determine that the commission did indeed act within the scope of its authority, but felt that the commission exercised that authority in an arbitrary way. Is that a permissible finding for us to make?
Absolutely, it is. The decision of the commission, should it be deemed to be arbitrary or unsupported by the facts, your board could overturn that decision, modify it, supplement it, remand it back, whatever you choose to be the appropriate course of action. So you would have the inherent discretion to determine it to be an arbitrary decision at that level.
Thank you. And I'm not going to ask the second line of question about your position because you basically just answered it in your final comments there. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thanks, Dean. Peter, question on process.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I may have to hold off on this. Mine follows the thoughts that Dean had, but it gets to specifics on the paperwork and what would for town council for me to ask, or should I wait till I hear everything?
You broke up a bit, Peter.
Pardon?
You broke up a bit, Peter. You'll have to repeat yourself.
Okay, let me try that again. My question was similar to what Dean mentioned, and I understand how Mr. Costello answered, but I have it has to do more with a specific question on what you determine historic structure. And it's pretty clear that the state gives the HBDC broad authority and responsibility, and it lays out, if a building or an area has architecturally or has historic interest rather than being formal, and whether it has broad statutory responsibility, which is similar to what happens with our other boards. But I guess my question has to do with specifically the way what is presented in their certificate, making their decision. Should I wait till we finish, or we hear something, or can I ask the question now? I guess that's pretty open-ended, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you can ask the question now. I mean, you've asked it.
Yeah, okay. Let me put it this way.
Sure.
For me, the question, hinges on the HBDC's determination in its certificates of appropriateness. And they found that without a plan or what would replace the existing historic structure, that approval for demolition was not appropriate. And the question is, they're saying historic structure based upon their discussion, and I guess our determination would be how that was discussed during how that was discussed during the meeting. I'm not looking for a specific answer on this. This is a subjective opinion, but it seems to fit that if you're going to make a determination, if this goes to a superior court, are they going to be looking just at the paperwork, or are they going to look at something more than that?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I get the gist of Selectman Kokolas's question. I think the board, in the first instance, Peter, can take into account certainly the decision, the document itself that was rendered by the HBDC, and make a judgment as to whether or not that decision in and of itself is sufficient to deny the application for a demolition approval. The reason cited is, it's no secret, it's the commission members found that without a plan of what would replace the existing historic structure, that an approval for demolition was not appropriate. Now, as noted in my email, there are a couple of instances within the HBDC's own rules and regulations wherein the plan to replace the structure is noted as a significant element. It is a component of what should be submitted in an application, and it is something that the HBDC and your board, for that matter, has a right to consider under the rules and regulations as to the appropriateness of the demolition of this structure. The ultimate determination is whether or not the demolition of this property would adversely impact the public interest, not only with respect to removal of the subject structures, but whether it could adversely impact this particular site or other properties within the district. The overall impact that this demolition project could have on the site and abutting properties in the neighborhood is a legitimate concern that the HBDC and your board could take into consideration. So you can consider the decision itself. You should, I would suggest, focus primarily upon the evidence that is presented to you tonight. In a court appeal of this type of matter, and in the event that there is an appeal from the Board of Selectmen's determination, the court will basically consider the matter de novo, which means the court will hear evidence presented to it during the judicial proceeding, and it will make its determination of fact based upon that evidence. It will then apply the law, i.e., the terms and conditions of the special act that created and established the Historic District Commission and the rules and regulations established by the commission. So the court will not rely wholly on your decision. It will certainly have it and it will consider it, but it is not bound by it in any way, shape, or form because it will make its own determinations. I would suggest that the Board of Selectmen this evening has that very same authority to render its own determinations based on the totality of the evidence and circumstances presented to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Costello. Yeah, you answered my question directly, and I went through it a circuitous way, but anyway, thank you. It's good.
Great.
You're welcome.
Okay, Peter. Corey, hands up.
Thank you. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity on the mechanics of how we're going to proceed this evening. We have 5 separate appeals from the HBDC files, and are we going to be discussing them and taking action individually? Are we going to have some conversations that could overlap the various properties or buildings or items in discussion tonight? I'm just looking for some clarity on the mechanics of how we want to proceed tonight.
I think generally, I think we were going to have a broader discussion about the properties, but take each consideration, each individually when we voted. So we'll be able to talk in more broader terms about each, and you can still be specific to one building or another. But instead of going from one to the next, we're just going to do it. We thought it would be more efficient to do it that way and more have a bigger conversation about it.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Corey?
No.
Pat, your hand's up. So that means you might have a different Pat.
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think your approach is perfectly sound and appropriate. I think an overall discussion relative to the merits of the proposed demolition activities at this site would be the most practical and efficient way to tackle the issue. However, I do suggest that when the time comes for the board to make a determination, that you make a specific vote with respect to each one of the applications for the various structures so that there is a clear record as to your action on each application.
Okay. Okay, any other questions on procedure by the board? Okay, before we proceed, we're going to have Corey read into the record the letter dated November 25th, 2020 from Gregory T. Clark of Chatham Productions, LLC.
All right. Madam Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, we, Chatham Productions, LLC, are filing an appeal to the Board of Selectmen regarding the Historic Business District Commission's ruling on the demolition of items 20-100, 20-101, 20-102, 20-103, and 20-104. All 5 of these structures are located on the former Monomoy Theater complex. We are appealing the HBDC's decision because we believe that their reasons for denying the demolition were discriminatory and overstepped the authority of the board. HBDC stated that the primary reason why each application was denied was because we did not submit a proposed plan of what would replace the structures. While the approved demolition of items 20-100, which represents the structure at 70 Depot Road, would leave the land vacant, we do not plan to demolish that structure immediately. Items 20-101, 20-102, 20-103, and 20-104 represent buildings located at 776 Main Street. The demolition of these 4 structures would not leave the land vacant, as the former Monomoy Theater building and Washington Taylor House would continue to occupy the land. For applications 20-101, 20-102, and 20-104, we currently have plans for putting anything in the exact location of those current structures.
All right, we're losing Corey, so I'll continue while he's getting back on track here. The property will not be vacant, and all 4 of these structures are not currently visible from the street, and as a result, their demolition will not alter the current streetscape. The HBDC repeatedly questioned what would be replacing these structures, stating that they would not feel comfortable approving the demolition without knowledge of what is proposed for the property. These remarks made it clear that whatever future use was proposed for the site would sway the HBDC's decision regarding approval for removal of these structures. As stated in our filings attached, we do not believe that any of these buildings are historic. The Massachusetts Historic Commission's MHC definition of historic guidelines requires that in order for any building to qualify as a historic structure, it must be over 50 years old, as well as associated with a historic person, historic event, be designed in a historic period, style of architecture, or have a cultural significance. There is no evidence of specific historic persons or events being associated with these buildings, and their designs are not architectural significant. Similarly, per HBDC's guidelines, the HBDC has jurisdiction over buildings 75 years or older. While some of these identified buildings are 75 years or older, the structure in application 20-102 is not. The board did not express concerns over the historic significance of these structures. In fact, at the HBDC meeting, the chairman of the Chatham Historic Commission clearly stated that there is no hard factual information confirming any historical character of these buildings, and that the information on the buildings is anecdotal. We did not submit to demolish the Washington Taylor House or the Monomoy Theater building. We indicated that to the HBDC that we'd be back before them at a later date to submit plans for these 2 structures, as we have not yet formalized a plan for the use of or renovation of these buildings. HBDC will have the opportunity to review any plans on these structures when we do make a submission. Nevertheless, the buildings under application 20-100, 20-101, 20-102, 20-103, and 20-104 are not historic, and the HBD should have approved their demolition. We believe that the decisions of denial was swayed by the HBDC's attempt to control what the site is used for, which resulted in a usurping the role of the planning board. What the planned use for the property is should have no bearing over whether the buildings can be demolished under the town guidelines. The board members ignored the lack of historical significance or the physical state of these buildings when voting on the demolition request. Prior to special town meeting this past fall, I met in person with Dan Silver and a third-party individual to discuss the proposed warrant for this property. At this meeting, Dan Silver told us that he did not consider any of the buildings on the entire former Monomoy Theater complex to be historically significant. Additionally, in December 2019, Dan Silver penned a letter to the Massachusetts Historic Commission, which is attached, representing the HBDC regarding the historic preservation of the Monomoy Theater and the Washington Taylor House. In this letter, Mr. Silver acknowledged and expressed support for our proposed plan, which included the demolition of the shed 2101, apartment building 2103, refreshment center 2102, 70 Depot Road 2100, as well as the removal of the scene shop 2104, and the reconstruction of the structure in the new location beside the theater building. We believe the HBDC exceeded their role in this proposal. The board refused to view each structure as an individual buildings, but rather they focused on the property as a whole. As the refusal to separate the building's former use from the property's potential future use is a grave overstep of the HBDC's authority. Under the town's process, these are issues which the planning board and the zoning board handle prior to bringing up any redevelopment proposal to the HBDC. These buildings are not historic, as Mr. Silver has indicated. Accordingly, the HBDC should have approved the demolition of these select buildings. We request the Board of Selectmen approve the demolition of these structures so that we may proceed with the proposed plan for the potential use of this property. Signed, Gregory T. Clark, Chatham Productions, LLC. All right, so we've read that into the record. I do want to ask at this time if if Mr. Clark or any of his representatives are on the call, and whether he'd like to make further comment in regard to the appeal. Mr. Clark? Go ahead,
Hello,
Mr. Clark.
Hi.
Oh.
It's
Not
Victoria Clark. And so we wanted to point out specifically that the reason that we filed this appeal is because after doing some research into prior HBDC decisions on other older structures in the historic business district of town, we believe that not all of the properties are being viewed the same and not treated equally. Certain examples I found, specifically in 2016, there was a file to demo 78 Crowell Road, which the structure was that building had been constructed in 1956. And at the time of this application, the owner had proposed that they were going to build 3 houses, but they did not come with plans or drawings, and that they stated that the cost to renovate was not feasible, and that due to the fact that the building was in such a state, and the HBDC voted to approve 5-0, despite the fact that he did not have drawings and that he said he would come back after the fact once he demoed the site and was able to construct a road to begin his plans for building those 3 houses that would eventually become Hydrangea Lane. Similarly, other structures such as Fierce's Byway in town have, some of those buildings were constructed in the early 1920s, and while they were demoed at separate times, they were eventually replaced, but their age was not considered when they were demoed, and some of the applications did not have specifics other than stating, and this is just from meeting minutes, having reviewed, because obviously I was not present at all of these meetings throughout the years, but a lot of the different applications did not provide much detail other than stating, for example, that they were going to demo the current structure and build a new building in about the same size square footage as the previous one, which, while that is a description of what is going to go there, that is not much, that places a lot of trust in the previous owner, believing that they will do what they're saying, which is why we believe some of every property is not being treated fairly. And the fact that these buildings were associated with the Monomoy Theater, it seems to be difficult for people to disassociate what they were used for versus the historical significance of them, because they were significant to how the theater was run in the past, but that does not make them historically significant to the concept that is the Monomoy Theater.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. And any questions for Ms. Clark from the board before we hear from HBDC Chair? Dean and Dean. You're muted, Dean. Could you unmute, please?
I thought I saw a hand raised for Mr. Clark. If not, I do have a question or two.
That is Ms. Clark who's speaking. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Clark. I'm just looking at your letter. So when you say, as it was read earlier, we are appealing the decision because we believe that their reasons for denying the demolition were discriminatory. Is what you just said what underlies that assertion about discrimination?
Yes, that is our primary reasoning for why we believe we were being discriminated against, because of what the Monomoy Theater represented and meant to the people of Chatham, and how it being in new ownership has altered the possibility of what it was changing.
Okay. Next question, and I'm going through your letter that was read. I assume by now you've had a chance to read town council's opinion, where he does cite to a couple of provisions in the Enabling Act, particularly in the guidelines and procedures, allow and in fact seem to call upon the commission to consider what would replace a demolished structure, and he does talk about, in his, you heard earlier, some level of deference to the commission's findings. I guess I wanted to ask, how do you address, how do you get around the provisions and the guidelines that authorize them to look at, in fact, mandate them, I think, at one point, to consider what to put in its place, apart from your argument about discrimination that you just made, because it would seem that they do have that authority. And I guess I wanted to ask why you think that's not particularly controlling in terms of your appeal.
This is Greg Clark. And first of all, Mr. Nicastro, you made the assumption that we've received your town council's opinion. We have never received anything from the town council on that. I'm sure he meant that just for your eyes. Okay. He can confirm that.
It was in the packet that was posted on the town website on Friday for this meeting. So it was addressed to us, but it was made public. So.
And what I would say is that the comment when Mr. Costello responded to you earlier on this, I think he was pretty clear that the standard between what the board can use to determine this versus the standard that the Superior Court will use when they hear this case are two different standards.
Okay, I understand that. So
you have different leeway than a court does.
Yes, I get that. I guess what I wanted to understand from you, okay, so this wasn't directly provided to you, this particular opinion, but it was made available to the public generally on Friday and is part of our packet. So I had been assuming you had seen that, but if you haven't, that's fine. But he does say, and this is a quote from the guideline, which I assume you have seen. It says, and since you've asserted that the buildings are non-historic, this is in the design guidelines and procedures of historic buildings and structures. Demolition or relocation of all or part of a non-historic building or structure may be permissible and is subject to review on a case-by-case basis. Considerations will include the appropriateness of any proposed replacement building or structure and/or the impact on the district of the site being left vacant if no new construction is planned. So do you have any comment on that? That's in there. This goes to the issue of whether they've acted beyond their authority.
Correct. So I think the information that Victoria just read into the meeting clearly shows that they did not apply an equal standard, that they have different standards for different development groups. The facts will show that based upon the previous HBDC meeting minutes, and other people have had the approval to demolish buildings without having any plan. HBDC's comments knowing that nothing gets built on the property until it comes back to them anyway. And as was said at the meeting that we had at the HBDC last month, did that they have a say, they get the final approval on what any building that will get built in an HBDC at a later date. So the confusion here is that we were held to, no, you can't get a demolition permit until we see exactly what you're putting up, versus previous applicants getting permits to demolish without any plan for what they were going to put up.
I understand your argument. That goes to the question of whether there's been discrimination here. That's the assertion you've made. What I'm getting at is your assertion that they've, I think you've asserted this in your letter, they've exceeded the authority. And
Well,
Please go through the chair if you have any. Mr. Selectman DeCastro has the floor right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just asking you whether you would still assert that they've gone beyond their authority, given that their guidelines give them a direction to or an invitation to look at replacement. Now, maybe they exercise that incorrectly, but it would seem to me that they have the authority to require a replacement for their.
Mr. Clark?
If you don't have any comment on it, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand, where you're coming from.
we still are asserting that they overstepped. The primary reason it being that specifically for items, I'm not exactly sure which ones there. I think it's 101, 102, 103, and 104, which are all located at 776 Main Street. We do not plan on putting a structure in the exact location of any of those buildings. And those buildings are realistically sheds. And I think we are trying to express that if someone had a residential structure in an HVDC home in the historic business district area, that if they had a shed that was falling apart on their property, such as a gardening shed, like some of the buildings that we are asking to have demoed, taken down, it wouldn't be asked what would be replacing them if they weren't planning on putting up a new shed. And because specifically with those 4 buildings, we are not planning on putting anything up to replace them, we believe that we shouldn't have to provide plans that show a replacement, because there will not be a replacement for those 4 buildings.
One final
If that makes sense.
Thank you. One final question of the applicant. Is it your position that the commission erred in considering all the buildings as a whole? I know they took separate votes on separate motions, because I did watch the meeting and I read the minutes. Is that your position? And if it is, is there something in their rules or regulations or in the Enabling Act that requires them to take each structure on the same property separately, as opposed to considering them holistically? Whoever wants to answer that.
Yeah. I would say that we did not take it that they were handling them as all together. They responded to them as we submitted them as 5 separate applications. And their comments that they made during the meeting are self-explanatory. They made their decision based upon, as it says at the bottom of each of these, their simple reason for denial. Commission members found that without a plan of what would replace the existing historic structure, then approval for demolition was not appropriate. And that was their answer on all 5 of the buildings. Whether they chose to handle them as a group, we don't know. That's to be determined. But
I asked go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Their response does not handle them as a group. It handles them individually.
Okay. I asked the question because when I watched the video, I thought I heard either you or Ms. Clark question or suggest that that the commission was considering them holistically and that they shouldn't have, but maybe I misunderstood what I saw. So thank you very much for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Clark or Ms. Clark? Jeffrey. You're muted, Jeffrey. Please unmute.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and hello to the Clarks. I watched the hearing pretty carefully, and I go back to the comments that were read into the minutes this evening. Most specifically, the comment when, this is a quote now, what the planned use for the property is should have no bearing over whether the buildings can be demolished under the town guidelines. And when I read the regs that Attorney Costello and the guidelines, the enabling guidelines that were delivered to us, it is clearly, in my mind, within the scope of the authority and clearly under the purview of the HBDC to in fact ask what the plans for that property is after demolition. The reasons for demolishing, moving, or relocating a particular building of the structure, including its age and history, and what would be put in its place, and when would that occur. So in terms of any issue of the scope of the HBDC's authority in this matter, I believe they had full authority to act the way they acted, wanting to know what was going to be put in place of these buildings. And that's my comment. And that speaks directly to comments that the refusal to separate the building's former use from the property's potential future use is a grave overstep of the HBDC's authority. I disagree because of the exact guidance and the enabling guidance that the HBDC operates under. I think it's well within their purview to bring those issues for future use under consideration. And I think that if there was some inkling of what future use might or might not be, I think there may be a warmer ear because some of those buildings are in extreme disrepair. But I think, I won't speak for the HBDC, they're here this evening, but I think absent some kind of a plan or some notion, I think that we're very reluctant to approve the demolition. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Corey?
Madam Chair, I don't want to jump ahead. I wasn't sure if you were going to call him the chair of the HBDC. I don't know if we're getting into deliberation or I don't want to get ahead of ourselves yet.
Corey,
So
I wanted to hear questions from the board first, and then the next would be from the chair of the HBDC. Do you have any questions?
I have questions. I will have comments when the appropriate time comes.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Corey. Peter?
Yeah, that was my same question, Madam Chair. I'm waiting.
Okay. All right. I think we all are. Okay. So if there's no other questions for the Clarks, I think what we'll do is hear from Chairman Silver from the HBDC. Chairman Silver? Chairman Silver, you're muted.
Muted.
Thank
That's
you.
the first time I've ever shut myself off.
Okay.
Am I on now?
You are.
Yes. As I was saying, it's good to see you, Madam Chairman, your face, as it is all the rest of the members of the board, Dean, Peter, Jeffrey, Corey. Good to see you all. I'm sorry I brought you out this evening, but the HBDC was the cause of you having to come out this evening. You should be doing Christmas shopping instead. But anyways, yes, I do. I would like to clarify one thing that the applicants, the previous applicants said, that I wrote a letter that the HBDC was in favor of the demolition of those buildings and the general project down there. I want to clarify the fact that when they came before us, they came with a pre-app, and the primary focus was on the restoration of the major building on Main Street and of the cinema itself. The rest of it was rather inconsequential. There was a very brief and very small design of what they were proposing to put in there as far as the rest of the dwellings were concerned. So the primary focus was on the restoration of the cinema itself in the building. And of course, anybody on the Historic Commission or HBDC would be in favor of that project. The other is that I'm somewhat dismayed at everybody's kind of sloughing off our Form Bs, which the town of Chatham spent an awful lot of money having Mr. Gray and others put together. The buildings don't have to necessarily be of historic significance to have a Form B. They primarily have to be 75 years or older. Also, the information is on there is anecdotal. It is as true as most of us. Most of my genealogy is anecdotal as far as I'm concerned at this point. Having a mother, come from Sweden and then be adopted by another family, we really don't have any way of tracking back to where we came from. So the other is that I only had two, if I may, Chairman, read two things. One is everybody's already said it tonight, and I appreciate that. That is that under page 8, actually, item J under our design guidelines and procedures is demolition and relocation. And several members here have already stated absolutely it is of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see, criteria that we consider is the age and historic architectural significance of the buildings or structure. B, the reason for demolishing or relocating the building or structure. C, this is the important part, what would be put in its place and when that would occur. Now, in regards to what happened on Kroll Road, I believe what they were referencing, Ms. Clark or Mr. Clark was referencing, was the old pharmacy that was there. That was insignificant. It was not a historic site. There was no concern as to what was going on there because we would, as the Clarks have mentioned, we would have total purview over what was going on. So the removal of that building prior to getting a set of plans was not of concern to us. And that is also true of the other property that they were referenced further down Kroll Road that has 3 buildings that belonged previously to Mr. Rauscher. That was a residence. It was old. It was in very state of disrepair. That was issued a building permit. I'm not quite sure that it was well. I think it probably was without a plan. But again, it was not a historic site, and we were not concerned because we knew we would have complete purview over what would be going in there. Now, as far as the clocks in the Monomoy Theater overall, the general concern here is that section C that everybody is referencing. And I asked specifically about the house that's on Depot Street. And they said they have no plans now, nor would they supply us with any plans of what they would be putting up there. As a matter of fact, Ms. Clark says she has no intentions of supplying any plans to the town, to us, or anybody else because they feel that they were misrepresented in a negative way prior to the town meeting, and that's why they failed at town meeting. As far as taking all the buildings individually, let me back up a little bit. My concern, I specifically asked about 2 structures in there. One of them was the structure that's up on Kroll Road, not Kroll Road, I'm sorry, Depot Street. And I asked them if that was in fact the area where they had previously proposed to put an exit or an entrance from the development that they had previously proposed. And they said yes. So my concern was that if that house went down, not necessarily would be going up there, but there would just be, a road entrance and nothing else. So I was concerned about that. We can take these as you want to go along. We outreached to the Clarks. There were 3 members who reached out. I was one, suggesting that perhaps they would want to come in with a proposal or a set of plans of what they might be looking for to do there on that Monomoy Theater area after the demolitions. And again, Ms. Clark says that they had no intentions or had no desire to do anything because they felt that they would be misrepresented by the media and individuals in town. So I was one that they rejected that outreach from. The other was our Vice Chair Darcy Sequin, who asked if they were given 60 days to come up with a very loose plan of what they proposed to do there, if that would help them at all through the negotiations of the demolitions of the individual buildings. And again, the clerk reached out and said, no, they had no desire to do that. And then also our clerk, Sam Stribert, suggested that perhaps it would behoove them to work with the town, in particular the HBDC, to come up with something, perhaps a pre-application hearing, to see what the proposal is to put in there, and that would help them to work with the town and get something that would be approved by the town, and the town feel as if it has some input in the project. All those were pushed aside by the clerk. So again, I don't think the HBDC has misstepped it. I don't think it has been arbitrary. I can't think of any other demolitions that took place in the town of Chatham where they did not supply some sort of loose plan of what was being proposed for the area where the demolition was going. I know that we've had some good ones. The only one that I can think of that we did not have a review of, folks, was the Sibley building in West Chatham, where the building commissioner, if you remember, issued a demolition permit based on public safety. That's the only one I'm aware of. So at this point, unless you have a specific question, I think that's really all I have to say at this point.
Thank you,
Oh,
Dan. We do have, go ahead.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman, I did have one other thing, if I may.
Go ahead.
Jump in. Oh no, I forgot what it was, yeah. Well, go ahead.
All right,
I
we'll
come
come
up
back
with
to you. Yeah, you can raise your hand if you recall a question. Jeff, your hand has been up. I don't know if you have questions right now or not. If not, Mr. Clark, your hand is up, or Ms. Clark, do you have any questions or comments about Mr. Silver's comments?
I did have a quick comment regarding the Form Bs that.
Okay, you're breaking up. We're having difficulty hearing you. I don't know if you have multiple devices on or not, but you're totally breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Try it again.
Now?
Yes.
So for the 70 Depot Road Form B, this Form B was created, from what I can tell, in the 1980s, and it says in the historical significance explanation that this building was probably built. So the entire information is anecdotal, and the references listed are two local Chatham residents. And while I understand that Dan Silver said that everything is anecdotal, accepted by the Mass Historic Commission, to whom it was submitted, when the commission is not historic. Similarly to the Form B for the monument, that is on the property in which it considers historic. And that's the only two structures it references, talking about the historical significance and the architectural description and the historical narrative of the property, which I just thought was important to point out, specifically because I understand that the town paid money to have these surveys done and Form Bs filled out. But I don't understand that just because one is on file, that should make a building historic. That's just something I wanted to point out.
Yeah, and another item that I'd like to point out.
I'm
The
sorry,
June
hold on.
25th,
Wait, hold on. You need to be recognized. You just can't talk. So I have, I have heard from Victoria. Mr. Clark, if you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's a letter written June 25th, 2018 from the town of Chatham to the Steinle Family Trust. It's a 4-page document listing the housing violation codes, the fire safety code violations, and the international building code violations. This was done based upon an inspection performed on June 11th, 2018 by the building commissioner, the health agent, and the fire inspector. They determined that the buildings were not compliant, did not meet fire safety code regulations, did not meet building code regulations. In fact, The buildings that were being used for housing did not meet any technical guidance for a building for multiple unit housing. So
Okay, I'm having
they
difficulty.
basically turned
Mr. Clark, I'm not sure if you and Victoria are in the same building trying to talk.
around and said to the owners, you have
Mr. Clark, we're having a very, very difficult time hearing you, and this is creating a little bit of disjointedness to your conversation. I'm going to ask if you're in the same room or the same building and you're on separate computers, maybe one person could be on the phone. It might be easier to be able to hear you. You're just breaking up so much, and I want to make sure that we're able to conduct this to the best of our ability for you tonight. So you want to try again?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, so we're on the same device, but anyway.
Okay.
So what I was saying in regards to that letter, the letter clearly showed that the buildings that we're talking about had serious health, fire safety, and building code safety violations. We've also had at least 3 break-ins at that property now, as the buildings are old, run down, and very easy for someone to break in through a door or a window, as we've seen. So as was said about the property down on Crowell Road, these are buildings that are in very bad shape and don't have any historical significance. So we believe they should be permitted to be removed.
Remind me, thanks, Mr. Clark. Remind me, did you make that presentation in that manner to the HBDC on why you wanted to take that building down? I don't recall.
Yes, we did point out the physical disrepair of all the buildings, evident in some of the photos that we included. While we were only required to include exterior pictures of the structures, you can see that in certain portions on the exterior of all the buildings, there is the shingles are rotting, the foundation or the slab it's on is rotting, and a lot of them are deteriorating.
Thank you. Okay, Corey, you had your hand up for a while here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may be allowed to make a couple comments.
Sure.
I watched the November 18th HBDC meeting, and we're reviewing this as far as the process, whether the HBDC's decision was arbitrary, capricious, unreasonable, inconsistent with their own rules, and, basically, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I feel very differently about different components of their decision. The 20-100, the Depot Road property, that one is very distinct in comparison to the other ones. This one has a sole structure on the property, visible from the street. Removing it obviously changes the streetscape. Also, by removing the structure, the applicant would have an opportunity to expunge the property line and expand it into an adjacent piece of property. So having some kind of idea of what happens on that parcel, is reasonable. So I don't have much issue with the HBC's determination on the Depot Road property. Like I stressed, is the sole structure on the property that is a clear distinguished difference between the others. Now, moving to 776 Main Street, 20101 through 20104, you have some, I'm going to use the term accessory dwellings, structures on the property. And from watching the meeting, the main theme seemed to be that the HBDC was looking for like a master plan of what was going to happen on that property. Now, there's nothing that I'm aware of in our bylaws that requires that if there's a property with multiple accessory structures that are removed, that replacement of all those structures must occur. People have property rights. And I recognize there's very strong feelings to the Monomoy Theater. I completely understand that. But there is a reasonable expectation if you take down a accessory structure or two structures, you have that right to do that. Now, the HBDC may not have had a master plan, but I do think it would be reasonable to say that they understand the current zoning of that property, what the setbacks are, what lot coverage is. So I think we can all understand what is possible on that property. If they were to come back with some kind of plan for a structure or two structures or alterations, we still have regulatory reviews by Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, and HBDC. So they're certainly not going to get a free pass to move forward on any other future projects without running the full gauntlet of the regulatory reviews. Also, and I'm going to try to state this as clearly as possible, from an applicant's perspective, if you have multiple structures that you're looking to take down, so you can plan the future of the parcel, you do want to understand whether you're going to be able to take one piece of structure down, 2, 3, 4, because that will determine which path you may take in developing that property. If you get 2 of the 4 approved, and you got to work around the other 2, and we can go back and forth with a regulatory review, but I do think it's reasonable to have an understanding of what you can do before you really present yourself a master plan. So I certainly recognize the HBDC was operating in good faith and what they thought was best for the community. But I do think the decision on Depot Street, I favor, but I do have some concerns about the ones on the Main Street parcel. I look forward to further discussion on this to kind of solidify where I might be voting on this. But I do think you have 2 very distinct scenarios with these 2 parcels.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Peter, and then Chairman Silver after Peter. Go ahead, Pete. You're muted again, Peter. Please unmute. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Let me go back just to reiterate and show you where at least I think I'm coming from. I mean, basically, it's clear, that the state provides the HBDC with broad authority, and that is very broad, for determining what historic means. And that to me is critical. And if you use the statutory language, I mentioned it before, there has to be architectural or historic interest. Interest is an interesting word. It's very broad. Which in a commission, and I'm going to read this, be detrimental to the public interest. This is not different than our other regulatory boards in their areas. Now, I too watched the meeting. We did walk the site. And, throughout the meeting, there was the discussion among the HBDC and the applicant, and it was centered on a need for a plan. And I understand why, from where the HBDC was coming, they were considering everything, each of those structures to be have historic interest of sorts. The board, seemed willing in a lot of ways, the HBDC, to delay a decision until a plan was sort of provided. But when there was some discussion about historical significance, there were differences of opinion. And to me, that happens to be key. And generally, the applicant, as you heard, states there is no historic significance to these buildings. And the renovation is untenable at best, just heard. And that was brought up at the meeting. And they have no specific plans for the property, regardless of prior proposals, which was the theater. And to me, what was proposed before is not necessarily what we're looking at here. They're coming in after having failed at a town meeting to do something different with the property. Now, my question still is, does the determination of a historical interest and significance and structural, and to include structural soundness, require some sort of documentation. I think HBDC says, take a look at our Form B. And I have, and I've read that, and that's where there could be a difference. I want to make one point though, using the HBDC's guidelines that Dan brought up in section J, and you go down to under 1, that's demolition or relocation of historic buildings or structures. The HBDC may refuse to grant a permit. Now, the point is, it has to be considered a historic building. And then it goes down to C, it says, what would be put in its place and when would it occur? In other words, a plan. Now, if you go down to number 2, where you talk about demolition or relocation of non-historic buildings, the last part of that sentence says, consideration will include the appropriateness of any proposed replacement building or structure and the impact on the district of the site being left vacant if no construction is planned. To me, that says, I don't care which way you go, you need a plan of some sort. If you have a historic building, you need a plan. If you're going to leave the site vacant, now there could be an argument about what this vacant means, but if you demolish a number of those buildings, then you need to say what the impact would be to the town. So that doesn't answer the question that's coming before us directly, but I guess back to Dan in a way, proven historic significance. Your HBDC is given broad authority and responsibility, and I'm trying to put boundaries around it to say, okay, how broad is that? And that seems to be that you talked about an ice cream place. I also talked about the building that has been moved over, and I think the applicant did make a point about, hey, this stuff is not structurally sound. I'm not a structural engineer, but the buildings look bad. But that would be a determination by the community development, what's called
Building inspector.
Building inspector. Yeah, that's a tough one. The building inspector. So that's kind of where I'm coming right now. And I understand what Corey said about Depot Road. I understand that, and that makes a good point, because if you tear that building down, you're looking straight across into the rest of the area, which is also going to be demolished. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Dan, your hand's up.
Yes, I finally
And then
remembered
Jean.
what it was. There was some confusion too. The fourth person that brought up and reached out to the Clarks was our second alternate, Steve DeBoyd, and he made a very good point. He asked the Clarks what claustrophobic, geez, I lose my tongue here. What event took place that rendered the standalone scene shop unusable, why it had to come down, because in the special town meeting warrant, it states, while renovations of the feature theater layouts are in early design phases, most notable renovations include direct attachment of the original standalone scene shop, as well as restoration of the exterior to its original design and finishes. So apparently they were planning originally on restoring that building. Now, when they came before us, in a matter of months, it became unrestorable and just trashed out. So we never did get the clerk said that was a misrepresentation in the town warrant. So we had difficulty there. I will remind the board, I do have to laugh, and this doesn't go to either side of the HBDCs or the Clarks, but if you consider the main street in Chatham, there isn't a building there that will meet the code. They're all too old. They've been worked on piecemeal, and they just, they're way behind. So as far as code is concerned, it really, it's insignificant until you go to try to occupy it. But anyways. So that's about it, unless we have anybody from the HBDC that would like to.
Well, I'll ask them in a minute because I have Dean. So hold on, Chairman Silva. Dean. You're
Oh, somebody
muted
took their
again,
hand
Dean.
down there. Did that work? Did that work?
Dean, unmute, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Notwithstanding that I'm located right here in the town offices, a lot of people are breaking up in terms of my connectivity. You're coming in loud and clear, Madam Chair. I guess I just wanted to throw a question back to the Clarks. Having watched the hearing, having toured the property, the full Board of Selectmen, we saw the condition of those buildings. So there certainly was some sympathy as I read the minds of and words of listened to the words of the various commissioners toward approving a demolition of one or more of these buildings because they felt that they were not restorable. But they were looking for some, as I read it, something to hold on to in terms of a concept for what you were planning to do in their place on that property. And we can separate out the Depot Street. I think Corey made a very good case for the Depot Street property, but I guess it's a practical question. Certainly you have the legal right to insist if you believe that they shouldn't have done what they did. But if you really wanted to accomplish something, I guess I wanted to ask, and one of the members talked about a continuance. Why didn't you just take advantage of that and work some sort of concept plan and come back to them and put to the test whether they were really serious about wanting to authorize the demolition of one or more of these buildings rather than simply take an appeal?
Dean, is that a question for Mr. Silva?
It's a question for Mr. Clark, I think.
Mr. Clark, okay. Mr. Clark, go ahead.
We can absolutely do that at any time, but you understand the process very well, Dean, and you understand that if we don't take this path, there's nothing to force a decision to be made. So we can take concurrent paths with this, and that in fact may be our intention. Our goal is to develop the property into something rather than have it sit there like it has for the past almost 3 years. And we based upon what happened with the town meeting, and after we had an outstanding support from all of the boards that then flipped 6 months later, we understand that people change their minds and their opinions. So there are multiple avenues for us to go down as per the town's bylaws. And that's what we're doing.
How would you react to a vote of this board tonight to remand this matter back to the HBDC for further discussion with you to consider proposing to them a concept plan for what you're planning to do? Not something terribly detailed, but give them something to hang their hat on so they can make feel comfortable in making a determination as to whether to authorize the demolition of these. I don't know where that Mr. Costello is on the call. I don't know how that impacts in terms of your right to appeal any decision of this board, but I just throw this out as a suggestion. I'm trying to get to a compromise, frankly.
Mr. Clark.
Yes. So, the problem with that is if the board doesn't make a ruling this evening, then there is nothing to appeal. And my concern about going back to the board, and the reason why we didn't go back to the board, didn't agree to an extension to come back in front of them, was because we did not get one sense that they were going to work with us. It sounded like they want the theater, and they believe that the theater can be restored to what it was. Everyone needs to understand The theater is no longer. It hasn't been there for 3 years. And as the spokespeople for the town said at the town meeting, it's not a viable entity right now. People can't even go to theaters. So what this property becomes in the future, no one knows for sure. But we can tell you one thing, the idea of having a student-run theater is not a sustainable business. When we were talking to theater programs about running a theater program there, we were not talking with student-run programs. It doesn't work. And the proof is in the pudding with the history of that it could not survive and was closed in 2018. Okay? So unless we had some real understanding that there is not going to be, we're not restoring each of those buildings to have the old theater format that was there, you know, that's our feeling. We're getting pushback from everybody that that's what they want. And I don't know what going back to an HBDC meeting is going to do until we get over that issue.
Can I just, Madam Chair, can I just offer a responsive comment? I have to say, Greg, in watching the board, I don't think I didn't get that impression, at least not from all the commissioners. Perhaps one talked about the former theater. And speaking for myself, you own this property now, you bought it. You can do whatever you want to do with it. I'm not going to make my determination tonight on any basis that reflects the thought that you should be restoring the Monomoy Theater or that particular concept, or any theater for that matter. I think that's an irrelevant consideration for me. So I want to put that forward. So
and Dean,
Dan,
also that's not where we're at. We're supposed to be making a determination tonight based on the factors that Pat laid out, not about what the project's going to be or could not be. It's about the actions of the HBDC at this moment. So I think that's where we're at, if you agree with me. I think we're all on that same page.
I do. I'd be curious to see if Dan has any response to the question.
His hand is up. Dan? You're muted, Dan. Please unmute.
Muted again. Okay, I agree with all three individuals who watched that. I think I was really impressed with the way that the members of the HBDC reached out to the Clarks. They were given a chance to grab an olive branch many times and just expressed the fact that they had no interest in proposing any type of design whatsoever. You also have to understand that coming back to us with a proposed design is a no-cost deal. It comes with a pre-application hearing. It gives them the opportunity to work with us, and we can get some feedback from the towns and individuals of what might best be proposed for there, and we'd be more than willing to work with them. So I can't force them to come to the table, but I agree with Dean 100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any further questions from the board for HBDC or for Mr. Clark? Because this is a public hearing and we do have to hear from the public. So, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I said earlier that I thought after I watched the hearing that HBDC was interested in what the plan might be and would have had a warmer ear to approving that application to demolish some or all of those buildings or some of those buildings if they had an inkling, I think is the word I used prior, as to what was going to go on there. So I'm interested I'll ask directly to Mr. Clark and Mrs. Clark, why, can you give the HBDC an inkling of what's going to go on? And because you might have a warm ear here in terms of demolitions and a warm ear there. Some of those buildings are in real disrepair and ought to come down. And I think the fact that we went out there and took a look, I looked at a couple of them, they're pretty bad. So you've got rights, you own the property, it's zoned, in a certain way, but I think if they had an inkling, you might get a warmer ear there rather than, marching off and appealing and doing all this other stuff when, frankly, when I read the letter or the guidance, you don't have standing, and certainly in terms of a scope of authority. So those are my thoughts. I would like to hear, a little bit of compromise here, if you will. And maybe it can't happen, and that's, that's certainly your right. But I think you might get a warmer ear if you could come up with some kind of plan. And they offered you 60 days, maybe come back and say 90 days or something. But I'd try to work a compromise a little bit. Thanks.
Thanks. Jeff, thank you. All right. Any other comments before we move to the public? Mr. Clark, did you want to speak to Jeff's comment? I'm not hearing anything.
No, we'd have to think about that and determine whether we thought it was going to be a fruitful discussion or, I mean, like you said, we think these are two different properties as they are. They're two different property addresses. The one out on Depot Road is, as we even identify in our documents, we know that to take that down changes the property because it leaves that property vacant, but the other ones do not. And we're telling you that we're not putting anything back in their place. The intention would be to take those two existing buildings as we identified in our submission and renovate those two buildings. The two buildings that we were attempting to get on the historic register, but have been rejected by the Mass Historic for. But we still plan on going through the process and renovating those two. The four buildings around it, which you don't even see from the street, we wouldn't be putting anything back in their place. So we look at it as two different issues. And I agree that the building on Depot Road, we could have further discussion on, but these four up front, to us, we don't understand what the further discussion is. If we're telling you we're not putting other buildings back, they're eyesores, they're falling apart, and they're too small to be used for anything. Well, most of them don't have running water, they don't have electricity, they don't have heating and cooling, they don't have restrooms, they're sheds. So we're asking you to take those down, for permission to take them down, and we're not putting anything back in their place. So if we can compromise and have an agreement that we understand those four out on Main Street are okay, but the one out back, yes, if we plan to do something, we'll come up with a full plan and submit it. And we even said in our plan, our application, that we would not take down anything until we came back to you with a plan for what we were going to put in its place. Because we know how, in towns, bylaws change. You typically don't take down a building until you know what you can put back in its place, because you take a risk of a bylaw changing that you now have land that you could make that land non-buildable. So that's why we've said we will not take down the building on Depot Road until we had an approved plan, which would have to go back through planning, zoning, and HBDC to get all their approvals before we did anything. But the property out, the buildings out on Main Street, we feel that we're telling you, there is going to be no big plan of, putting buildings on that property to, double the size of what's there. It's, those buildings are going to get cleaned up. The Washington Taylor House and the Monomoy Theater former building would be getting cleaned up. And those we would do under the guidelines of the HBDC, the Mass Historic, and the National Park Service, in an attempt to still get those put on the register.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a procedural question for Pat. We had to hear this appeal within a, quote, timely manner. Now that we've opened up this public hearing, the board's determination, we're not on a particular clock, are we? We have some leeway of I mean, I'm not suggesting anything yet. I just want to understand as we proceed with the comments and we open the comments up to the public, we aren't on any particular clock as far as making a determination, correct?
That is correct, Corey. As you noted, all that the special act and the rules and regulations provide is that the Board of Selectmen shall hear appeals promptly. By opening this hearing tonight, I would consider the board to have met its obligation to conduct a hearing promptly. You're under no specific statutory or other time frame to close this hearing or render a decision.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. So we've heard from everybody, and I think I need to put it out to the public. I want to remind everybody what this hearing is about. Again, we are, our role here in this appeal is to determine if the HBDC's denial of the demolition was appropriate. So in the context of that and what we're discussing this evening, are there any public comments? Please use the hand raising bar or speak out your name and I'll note your name. Any comments? Okay. Anybody that wishes to make a comment other than Elaine? Okay, I don't see any. So go ahead, Elaine. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to do it under that.
Great.
I hope selectmen will affirm the entire decision of the HBDC. I think it's clear they were within their authority to ask what will replace the buildings and their historical significance individually or together. 1 or 2 properties built in 1956 out of thousands that have come before the HBDC cannot support a discrimination claim. I don't believe they were held to a higher standard. Asking for relief or hardship for failure to maintain property, or because when they bought it, it was in disrepair, at least in terms of zoning, variances or appeals, does not hold water. It's not a valid argument. And by their own admission, they have not maintained the building since they bought it, and they have deteriorated in the interim. I disagree. There's no historical significance, and I concur with Chairman Silver's comments on how that's determined. I think the applicants have been dismissive of the anecdotal historical significance of structures in Form Bs. Most history of old buildings in Chatham and historical towns in general are anecdotal because there are so few records. And it's extremely relevant because it is the town's history and it is important. My home was built in 1948. It's not particularly old, and there are virtually no town records on this house and how it was built and the stories behind it. But there are dozens of anecdotal stories of those who helped build it. And I think those stories are just as important as any documents that might or might not have been recorded. And after having been asked several times, the HBDC was told during their meeting that there were no plans for the property. But then one of the applicants, I think it was Victoria Clark, said at the HBDC, just because we're not sharing what we're trying to do at the moment does not mean we're not working on it. Just because of the way the media has portrayed us so far. We're trying to keep some things under wraps because there has been a lot of negativity driving the project to begin with. So we're not trying to advertise the project to begin with. What is happening until we get further along? So there are plans, and I think town council made it clear that the HBDC has a right to those plans, and they do exist. They are in process, and if they don't want a 60-day delay or a continuance, then I think the Board of Selectmen should, affirm the decision of the HBDC. They're in progress. They know what they're going to do with the property, but they just don't want to share it with the town because they don't like the negative advertising. I think it's the wrong attitude in a small town. This land is very important to the town and our history, and I think we can work together to get it right, but I don't think that this is the way to go. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elaine. Any other comments from the public? Okay, I'm not hearing any. I'm going to bring it back to the board. So Corey, you brought up you wanted to move forward in a different direction. I'm hearing others feeling that we are, are discussing different options, but I clearly think that I'm willing to uphold the HBDC's ruling to be consistent. I didn't hear anything tonight that I felt otherwise too. Jeff? Muted.
Yeah, I'm off mute now, though. I'm starting to learn here, like Pavlov's dog. I'll take my hand down as well. I'm ready to make a motion either in the entirety to affirm and/or property by property, whatever you'd like, Madam Chair.
I think we wanted to take motions property by property simply for the fact that they were separate applications. So if you want to make a motion for each of them or one separately, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm going to mimic what the HBDC did, and I'll move them in the affirmative, in the positive, and if you do not want, you'll vote against. Okay. Well, I move to approve the application to demolish the structure located at 70 Depot Road, number 0100.
All right. Motion. Do we have a second on that motion? Dean, you're muted. I don't know if you are saying something. And I can't see Dean's face right now, so.
I don't know if Dean's frozen or not. I can't tell.
No. Dean?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I hadn't raised my hand.
Okay.
So I wasn't seconding it.
You're not seconding them?
No, that wasn't my intention. I have a comment. If the motion is seconded, I have a comment, but I'm not for discussion.
I'm not hearing a second.
No.
Dean, Corey, go ahead.
Can the motion be reread? I missed part of it.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
I'm sorry. I move to approve the application to demolish the structure located at 70 Depot Road, number 0100.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that for discussion. Yeah, for a vote. Yes.
Okay, Corey.
I understand Jeff's framing this in the affirmative.
I am. So if you're in favor, you'd vote for it. If you're against it, you'd vote against it. So.
Correct.
Dean.
So if you want to affirm the decision of the HBDC not to allow the demolition, you would vote no.
Vote no.
Yeah. I guess I want to say, and this would apply to all of properties, I haven't heard anything tonight that causes me to conclude that the HBDC acted beyond the scope of their authority or in any arbitrary fashion. And I would be prepared to support that, but I would prefer, if there was support from a majority of the board, to remand this entire matter, all 5 cases, back to the HBDC and continue our appeal or our hearing for a report back after they've had an opportunity to entertain further discussion with from the applicant if the applicant so chooses. That's the direction I would prefer to go rather than taking a vote up or down. But if I have to take a vote up or down, I'm going to affirm the HBDC on all 5 properties tonight.
Okay, I do want to note, Jeff, in your motion, it should read 20-100.
Sorry, yeah, got it.
So Jeff, Jeff, go ahead.
And I would agree with Selectman Nicastro's notion for a different motion. However, I heard nothing from the applicant, the appellant, that would lead me to believe that would prove to be productive. That is why I made the motion the way I did, and I will continue to make those same motions for all those properties.
Okay, I agree with you, Jeff. Anybody else have any comment about Dean's suggestion? Corey.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I have very distinct feelings on these various building structures. I don't feel the same way on all of them. So I guess if the board were to vote them all up or down, it differs in my position. So I guess with the Selectman DeCastro's consideration, given the 2 options, I would actually entertain I guess continuing this public hearing, and we can discuss what timetable to allow the applicant to go back to the HBDC and see if we can hash some of these things out. And if they can't, then we come back to the public hearing, we close the public hearing, and we move forward. But given the 2 options, I would rather let the applicant have a chance to go before HBDC and just from a timing perspective, try to work some of these issues out versus voting these all up or down. So.
Okay. All right. So right now we have a motion on this first application and a second from Corey.
Yes.
We heard from Dean that he wanted to remand it all back to HBDC. Jeff is still standing on your motion, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, Dean, I didn't hear anything from the applicant that was warm and fuzzy about going back to HBDC. So, you know, I'm just not feeling that that's going to be a good course of action. Dean?
I did not hear that either, Madam Chair. If the applicant wanted to seek recognition at this time and make that point, that might help, but I didn't hear that either.
Okay, well, I'll reach out to the applicant to see if he's interested in that route. Mr. Clark. Your hand, go ahead, Mr. Clark.
I think you know, like I said, we would consider doing that depending upon the timing. When is the next HBDC meeting?
I'd have to ask Mr. Silva whether it's whether he'd be able to put you on the next meeting what the date is. You're muted, Dan. Unmute, please.
Oh, God. Okay, there we go. How's that string?
Perfect.
It's very soon, unfortunately. I think it's January 6th. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's what it is. And they might be able to come in with a quick verbal pre-application that doesn't require any formal advertising. So if they can come up with something that soon, that's fine. I would suggest that they come in with a fairly comprehensive plan. I mean, because whatever's happening down there is going to affect the entire property. So, you know, unfortunately, those buildings that are all in question are part and parcel of the whole, you know, Monomoy Theater experience. So I don't know what's going to happen, but the HBDC certainly would love to hear or see any proposals that they have.
Okay, is this?
Make any comments.
All right, you think that it's doable to be able to accept this into your meeting for the 6th? Mr. Clark, are you? So
I'll do.
Okay.
I'll do my best. Yes.
Okay, is that acceptable, Mr. Clark? That.
What was the date January 6th? Is that what he said? Was it?
January 6th. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Dan just used the phrase comprehensive plan. Is that what the Clarks are prepared to come forward with? Because if that's not the case, then this is a non-starter, right. And we're back to the
exactly
Jeff's motion.
Well, your definition of a comprehensive plan, it's not going to have grading. It's going to have locations. Like I said, it's going to show the property out front with those buildings gone. It's not going to show any new buildings going there. And then it's going to show what we're talking about potentially looking at doing on the back property.
So that's not a comprehensive plan, it's a general plan.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Make a point. Yes, Peter. Dan also said at one time and I may be misquoting you, Dan. You talked about bringing in some kind of a sketch or a plan of what they want to do, like a pre-app. If we're talking about a comprehensive plan where the certain buildings are there, it shouldn't be a site plan. Is that what you're looking for? Something as detailed as a site plan? Or is it, they gave the plan in a sense of what they wanted to do, which it means that the other buildings within the area on Main Street would be demolished, and then they would, I don't think they come back with saying anything that would be involved with that. Is that good enough for the HBDC to have some sort of negotiation? And if it isn't, this is a waste of time.
Dan?
Yeah, talking to Mr. Clark previously, he indicated that by rights, they can build a couple of structures there by right. And so that would include, you know, taking up the area of some of these buildings that they're proposing to take down. So he has quite a few options. So yes, we would like to see some. It doesn't have to be a site plan, Peter, per se. You're not looking for something to be surveyed down to the inch. many people have come in with a concept plan. You can sit there on the kitchen table and do it with a pencil, pen, and watercolors.
Is that amenable to you, Mr. Clark?
We can actually have a site plan, which
Okay.
will show the buildings. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Dean, do you want to make a motion then?
Well, there's a motion on the floor right now, but I guess the question I have is, because listen, I'm trying to sort this through. The Clarks have said, we're going to take the buildings down. There's nothing going up in their place, at least for now, as I have that impression, but they perhaps have some idea of what, conceptually, of what they want to not necessarily build on the exact foundations, and most of them don't have foundations, but what they want to do with that property after it or are they just going to leave it vacant or indefinitely? I'm talking about
No.
776, because that may not be enough from what I'm hearing from Dan, or to satisfy them. Again, if this is going to be remanded, I want to make sure it's a meaningful remand and we're not just wasting everybody's time.
Right.
Okay.
The Clarks perhaps may have a response.
Mr. Clark.
No, I agree. And like I said, we can have a site plan done that shows the entire property, that shows that removal of those buildings and does not show any other buildings going up on that front property. And then with some preliminary plan of what we were hoping to look to do on the back property.
Okay. All right. Dan, your hand's up still?
No, my hand isn't up, Shireen. We
Okay.
do our best, we'll do our best if they come, if they decide, well, it is, yeah, it is. I guess I'll take it back.
Okay. All right.
Do our best to, look at what they are proposing, certainly.
Okay.
We've dealt
So
with
Jeff,
a lot less. So.
thank you. Jeff, we have a motion and a second by Corey. Do you want to uphold that motion?
I think we ought to vote this one.
Madam Chair,
right.
I'm going to withdraw my second.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do we have another second on Jeff's motion? I'm going to second it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're gonna, any further discussion on the 20-100?
70 Depot Road.
70 Depot Road.
Yep.
Okay.
Chairman Davis, could you
Yes.
either read the motion or have Shauna read the motion?
Shauna, would you read the motion, please? Thanks.
Sure. The motion was to approve the application to demolish 70 Depot Road, number 20-100.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board? All right, we're going to take a vote. Jeff?
No.
Dean?
No.
Peter?
No.
Corey?
No.
And the chair says no. Okay. All right. Motion does not pass.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I offer a motion on the remaining 4 structures, a consolidated motion?
Sure, go ahead.
I move that the board remand applications 20-102, 20-103, and 20-101 and 20-104. Those are all the 776 Main Street property. Parenthetically, I move those applications back to the HBD and continue this appeal for 60 days to allow an opportunity for the appellant to present an acceptable concept plan to the HBDC for their consideration.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. Further discussion from Corey.
Just a quick question. So we're going to continue. Can we specify with that? Not only are we continuing the public hearing for the 60 days, that we'll get a report following the meeting with the HBDC, just for clarification purposes.
Madam Chair, I will amend my motion to add that requirement in. And I would like to ask if town council is in agreement that we can take this particular action and keep the appeal open for that period of time. I think he's going to say yes. But, want to make sure that there's no illegal impediment
Yes.
to.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, the board can vote to remand the matter to the HBDC as proposed. So that's an appropriate motion in my opinion.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So we have a vote to remand 102, 103, 101 through 104 back to HBDC for continued discussion for 60 days. And the hearing will be held again in 60 days. So take a vote. Jeff,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Chair says aye. All right, we're okay. So those will be remanded back to HPDC. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Thank you, Mr. Silva, and those who have participated in the public comment. Okay.
Thank you, folks, for your time.
Okay, and thank you, Pat, for weighing in on your help. Yes, go ahead.
Do we
Go
have
ahead.
to, Pat, do we have to take a formal vote to continue the hearing, or is that implicit in our prior motion?
That, I believe that was not implicit, it was expressed in your prior motion that it would be remanded to the HBDC and the appeal would be continued before the board for 60 days.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. All right. So now we're going to move on to our business agenda items, and we have 4. After we discuss the 4 business agenda items, we will have public comment period on those agenda items again. So the first one that we're discussing this evening is fiscal year 2022 budget policy discussion. This is Chatham's Monomoy Regional School District assessment for Chatham Elementary School. And we have Monomoy Regional School District Superintendent Carpenter. Welcome. And we're going to ask that if you are not presenting to please disable your video. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. So I wanted to just share with the Chatham Select Board the presentation that I gave for the Monomoy Regional School Committee. So I'll just pull that up if I can and share with you. Can you see that okay, Shireen?
Yes.
Okay. So,
yes.
This report sort of stems out of a couple of things. We first of all, 3 years ago, Chatham Elementary School dipped in its enrollment to the point that we went from 3 sections of kindergarten to 2 sections of kindergarten, and there was some concern amongst teachers and amongst some parents that the elementary school was starting to get too small. And again, I think that's there's a lot of different opinions with regard to that. Then, as we started to look at the enrollment that we'll call it pre-COVID enrollment heading into this year, we were only seeing enough children to have 1 section of kindergarten at Chatham Elementary School, which made me start to do some calculations in terms of per pupil expenditures that we're seeing as at the elementary school level, and just started to raise a concern that I shared with our committee, and I shared with with the two town, with the two town managers. Out of that came at least one, one sort of working group meeting this past spring where we were just starting initial conversations about some of the budget dilemmas there. The school committee went and established 2 goals this year. One really looking at the regional agreement as it pertains to elementary school budget. The other looking at a goal of getting together a group of constituents to to really look at what makes for an ideal teaching and learning environment at the elementary level. So this report's really meant to help catalyze that those conversations that are connected to the school committee goal. So just to kind of put everything into context, the challenge that we're seeing isn't just a recent challenge. For the last 2 decades, and maybe even beyond that, all across the Cape, towns are seeing a demographic shift where we're seeing fewer and fewer young families. And it's tied to affordable housing, cost of living, the Cape being a retirement destination, and then more recently, this sort of growth in the Airbnb type of industry. And while every Cape town is seeing this loss of young families and school-age children, the town of Chatham has seen sort of a greater rate of loss than most of the communities on the Cape, and it's seeing a greater loss relative to Harwich. So if we look at just changes that have happened since regionalization, when we first regionalized, Harwich Elementary School had a enrollment of 575 back in fiscal 12. That included 6 children from Chatham. Chatham Elementary School had an enrollment of 279 with 53 children from Harwich. Today, again, if we look at what the enrollment would have been heading into the school year, as one of the people that spoke during public comment had mentioned, definitely COVID has impacted enrollments for this year. So, so all the enrollment figures we looked at, we backed out what the impact of COVID has been for this year. So if we looked at what Chatham and Harwich's elementary enrollment would have been heading into this year pre-COVID, Harwich Elementary would have been operating at 512 students. That included 10 children from Chatham, which has dropped 12% over the last decade. In Chatham Elementary School, 170 children, again, 24 children from Harwich, but there's been a total drop in the last decade of 39% of Chatham students. So the challenge is that the enrollment declines that we're seeing at the elementary school, and particularly the differential decline is creating 2 dilemmas. First of all, it's creating a rapidly increasing per pupil expenditure at Chatham Elementary School. And it gets into the whole concept of operating a school. You have economies of scale. The bigger the school, the bigger the student body you have to go and spread fixed cost across a smaller school. The per pupil expenditures go up quickly. But then as schools get potentially small, you have a challenge for having a rich social environment, both for the children that are attending the school, but also for the educators. And they are 2 completely different conversations, but they are connected. They're interconnected at the same time. So, so we'll just sort of break this down much the same way that the school committee has 2 separate goals on this. The first is to look at the per pupil budget differences.
Scott, can you hold on just a second? I just want to make sure everybody's seeing a screen with your PowerPoint, because right now we have somebody trying to download it.
David, if you can stop sharing your screen, and then we can get back to Scott's presentation.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott. Can you bring your screen back up again?
Okay, great.
Can you see my screen or?
No, I
No.
can't see it now. No. Can
All
you
right.
bring it back up? Share it again.
All right, I have to go.
If you aren't presenting, please disable your video. That's what we're asking folks to do. Please disable your video. Thank you. Okay, Scott, I think we cleared the field for you.
Okay, good thing because I can't tell if I'm what you're seeing.
I know.
Okay, so are you able to see my screen now?
We can see your screen now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so if we look at per pupil budgets of the elementary schools, starting in FY12, looking at the present year, and again, this was the present year budget based on before we were setting the budget before COVID hit, and then looking forward at what we would project the budgets to be based on the enrollment figures that we're currently seeing in our pre-COVID kindergarten cohorts. When we started to come together as a school district, the per pupil expenditures between the two schools were relatively similar. They were about $1,000 apart, and again, largely due to some economies of scale that you're having with the bigger elementary school. By FY21, where we've now seen Chatham Elementary School go from operating at 3 sections per grade level in FY12 up until recent years, and Harwich Elementary operating at 6 sections per grade level up until recent years. Chatham Elementary in recent years has dropped to 2 sections per grade level, Harwich to 5 sections per grade level. But that the per pupil differences has now grown to to almost $5,000 per student more at Chatham Elementary School. And now with the kindergarten cohort of only 1 section of kindergarten, we would project out in FY25 that Chatham Elementary would have 1 section of kindergarten, 1 section of first, second, third, fourth grade, and Harwich Elementary 5 sections in each of those grade levels. We would be anticipating the per pupil budget difference to be over $12,000, pushing $13,000 per student different, so that Chatham Elementary School would start to have per pupil expenditures similar to what you're seeing in some of the far outer Cape school districts. So the key here is that the inequity isn't that we're providing something better because it's more expensive to educate children at Chatham Elementary. We painstakingly coordinate the curriculum and the program offerings to make sure that all of our elementary students are having the same excellent quality education. The challenge is really how the financial costs by virtue of how our regional agreements are written impact the taxpayers in the 2 towns, because our regional agreement is written that that the cost to run schools both in Harwich and Chatham gets split amongst the taxpayers based on a 3-year rolling average of foundation enrollment. At the moment, that 3-year rolling average finds the Harwich taxpayers paying 74.35% of the bill, and Chatham paying roughly a quarter of the bill. So that the Harwich taxpayers, if you think about it, end up, if there's a more expensive per pupil difference happening at Chatham Elementary School, the Harwich taxpayers do go and offset that in the way the regional agreement is written. There's no provision for us to do something as it's currently written. And if we look towards the future, as Chatham Elementary School continues to contract to 1 section of students per grade level, that's only going to skew further towards a we'll call it a taxpayer subsidy that would happen from on the Harwich side. And you have to keep in mind that as a regional superintendent, I represent the families both in Harwich and in Chatham, and have school committee members in both towns that are keenly aware of the dynamic that's happening at the elementary school. So what we have looked at is that that initial amount of money, the $941 per pupil difference in FY12 over times 265 students at Chatham Elementary School had the total gap there was about $250,000 that there was more per pupil spending happening at Chatham Elementary School in FY12. By FY21, that's grown to over $800,000, and in FY25, looking forward, that's going to be over $1.2 million. Keep in mind that these numbers aren't what what the taxpayers are offsetting, because we get Chapter 70 state aid. We have other offsets that that happen. So so a budget difference doesn't really translate into an assessment difference. So so we have gone through and done some calculations as to what under each of those scenarios in the report that I've provided the boards, in each of those scenarios, what the assessment impact would look like. It's a complex issue to go and address, because to remedy any sort of fiscal inequity, the two towns have a regional agreement that states how the costs of the district get apportioned to the two towns. To do anything permanent, we would have to amend that regional agreement. So, as I said, the school committee has a goal to establish a working group and to start these conversations with our towns. And they're again complex. They're complex discussions that do need input from from the select boards and the finance committees and the constituents in both towns. So I made this recommendation at our school committee meeting. I think the simplest, easiest way at the moment, and again, it's an easier thing to go and say, as Ms. Tully had mentioned, to just say, hey, the superintendent made a recommendation that each of the towns go and pay for their own elementary school. It's a simplistic recommendation. There's a lot of, I think, things that need to get worked out with the two towns on actually implementing something like this. But if we had each of the two towns paying for their own elementary schools in the first year of full regionalization, if both towns did that, Harwich's assessment would have decreased by $408,000, and Chatham's assessment would have increased by that same amount. If we were to do that under this current fiscal year, FY21, Chatham's assessment would have been $572,000 higher, and Harwich's would have been decreased by the same amount. And if we were looking forward into FY25, Chatham's assessment would be $738,000 higher, and Harwich's would be that much lower. So again, if you go to that previous slide in terms of the per pupil delta, it's a smaller amount once you look at what the assessment impacts would be on this slide. One of the things that I wanted to just make sure I address, and I mentioned this at the school committee meeting, if we look at our regional agreement and say, okay, well, there are some that want to see, just see us getting more children to Chatham Elementary School, and why can't we have more Harwich families come to Chatham Elementary School? The challenge there in terms of an impact on the on the taxpayers in the two towns is if we were to, let's say, redistrict a section of East Harwich to Chatham Elementary School, it would have an impact of getting both more children to Chatham Elementary School, and it would lower Chatham Elementary School's per pupil budget. But it actually happens at the expense of Harwich Elementary School, where we end up having empty classrooms at Harwich Elementary School, which then on paper has their per pupil costs going up at Harwich Elementary School. So we, if we do look at some sort of change to how the student or the student education gets structured in that second part of the conversation, we would need to at least look at the financial piece and address that separate of the addressing the educational piece. So the second half of the conversation that we have been having is, how do you provide an ideal teaching and learning environment for elementary children? So first, there's a concern about small class size. There's a lot of evidence in the literature that that talks about if you decrease elementary school class size from the mid-20s and take it down to 15 to 18 students, how beneficial that is for students. And a lot of that research has been done in urban areas. The reality of the Monomoy budgets ever since I've been here is that we budget to have 18 students in a classroom at the elementary level, 19 in the upper grades. So we have really small class sizes to begin with across our schools in Monomoy. Coming into regionalization, I know when we first moved here, my daughter was in a class at Chatham Elementary School of 14. My son was in a class at Chatham Middle School of 11. And at some point, the literature talks about some of the impacts of being too small, where you don't have the ability to have a vibrant discussion in the classroom, and group dynamics sometimes are challenging in a small classroom. But there's not a whole lot of literature out there on the impacts of too small compared to the literature that's been written on the impacts of class sizes when they're too large. One of the concerns that has been expressed is that if you particularly when with Chatham Elementary School heading towards a situation where it's going to have one section of kindergarten, and which would then translate into one section of first grade, second, third, and fourth, is that the children are going to be in that same cohort for 5 years, kindergarten through fifth grade. I think for some, that intimacy is perceived to be a great thing, and for some children it can be. For other children, I think if they have any sort of conflict with somebody else in the class, or if they're not finding that sort of best, that best friend in that class, it could be 5 years that that the child's seeking for some sort of social emotional support from a peer, and that I think that's a concern that that some parents and some educators have shared here. And one thing that we don't want to lose sight of is that having peer support is equally important for our teachers. And I know that Chatham Elementary School, when it was operating at 3 classrooms per grade level, there was a lot more peer support for teachers at each grade level. Nowadays, our kindergarten teacher is the lead teacher for kindergarten. She doesn't have somebody to bounce lesson plans off of in that building, or share resource, curriculum resources, or do professional development with. So I also want to emphasize that as superintendent, I don't have the power to go and fix this, nor does the school committee. We have, again, a regional agreement. The regional agreement reads that there shall be no less than 1 elementary school in each member town, and students in the elementary grade shall attend schools in their towns of residence except in special cases as defined by the regional district school committee. And what that last little clause means is if we have students in a specialized program that, let's say we have a program that we've developed at the elementary level for autism, and we have it at one of the elementary schools, that the school committee could go and have children go to that one particular program in that one building, that you're coming up with special cases. It doesn't apply to to having just having the school committee say we're going to redistrict a section of Harwich to Chatham Elementary. The school committee can't go and create upper and lower elementary schools. It needs, again, a regional agreement to be changed to do something like that. So when Chatham Elementary School first started to contract to 2 sections of kindergarten, which is only 3 years ago, November of 2017, we went and had a first elementary reconfiguration survey, just wanting to get feedback from elementary parents and future elementary parents, and also our staff in terms of what they would see as sort of ideal for them. Back in 2017, we had 453 respondents to the survey, and we presented the survey results at the school committee meeting and shared them on the website with the community. Our Monomoy staff disproportionately responded, saying that they would like to see the formation of an upper and lower elementary school where younger students would go to one elementary school, the older elementary students would go to the other elementary school. Chatham parents, the 42% of them said that they would like to see the regional agreement stay as it is. Just slightly behind that at 39% was this concept of redistricting, where some Harwich neighborhoods closest to Chatham would get sent to Chatham Elementary School. As surveys go, the Harwich parents preferred the exact opposite. They would prefer to see, with 42% of Harwich parents favoring the formation of upper and lower elementary schools. And lastly, our choice parents also favored that formation of upper and lower elementary schools. After I presented at the school committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, they had suggested that we resurvey, and so we went and did a second survey this past month, because a lot has changed. There's now one section of kindergarten at Chatham Elementary School. There's 5 sections of kindergarten at Harwich Elementary Schools, where there once was 6. And in neither of our 2 towns, both Harwich and Chatham, there doesn't seem to be any trend that we see off in the horizon where there's going to suddenly be a boom of children in one town or the other. The trend in our 2 towns continues to be a slow contraction of young families, and then contraction at the elementary grade levels. So we did, because back in at the start of the school district, Harwich Elementary was operating at 6 elementary schools. We felt that we should at least do due diligence and at least offer families one additional choice, which is to offer them the choice to educate all students under one roof at Harwich Elementary School, and had discussed and written about that this would be something that could happen off into the future. Again, we've been striving to go and have class sizes 18 or fewer, and definitely by FY25, all Monomoy students could fit at Harwich Elementary School with class sizes 18 or fewer. But again, that's something that we wanted to at least put out there and see where families and our staff would fall on that. So we put out a new survey with 4 options. The first being the no reconfiguration, have the regional agreement stand as it is. The second is to redistrict some Harwich students that are close to the Chatham town line to Chatham Elementary School. Third would be create an elementary system that would have both elementary schools operating. One would be for older elementary children, one for younger. And the last would be to house all elementary students under one roof at Harwich Elementary School. And we would have to do it at Harwich Elementary because Chatham Elementary could not fit all elementary students. So this is the survey responses this time around. We separated out the Chatham and Harwich staff. We've gone and sort of coded the red areas are where the staff or families would least like to find themselves. The green area is where the majority or they most want it to see, and the yellow zone is perhaps a middle ground that some sort of consensus might be able to be found at. For our staff, both Chatham Elementary and Harwich Elementary staff, the concept of upper and lower schools, which is what they preferred in 2017, holds in the 2020 survey. The concept of having no change probably is what they would least want, although you will note that the Chatham Elementary teachers and staff having everybody in one building is what they'd least want, whereas the Harwich Elementary teachers might have seen some sort of middle ground there. For the Chatham parents, the only tangible shift here is that 3 years ago, there was more Chatham families that were, that there was a larger preference for a no change or keeping the regional agreement as it is. We've seen that shift towards a preference for redistricting, to see some elementary students pulled into Chatham Elementary School to bolster that up to at least two classes per grade level. Clearly, the Chatham parents least want to see everybody in one school. Just like in the previous survey, the Harwich parents went the complete opposite direction. They wanted to see, or they would most prefer seeing everybody under one roof at Harwich Elementary School. They could see perhaps middle ground in the upper or lower. Redistricting or no change is where they would want to least like to be. And again, I think if you sort of step back and look at it from a parent's perspective, trying on the parent's shoes from each town, they're choosing things that least impact them and their family. They're choosing the neighborhood elementary school, which I definitely get. We always lived close to the elementary schools and middle schools when our children were younger. So I get that parent perception. School choice parents really came out the same way that the Harwich elementary parents, with a slightly more want towards having everybody in one building, with a least preference on the no change or the concept of redistricting. So again, how do we go about remedying a school becoming potentially too small? This isn't something that the superintendent can change or the school committee. This involves changing a regional agreement, which requires support from the selectmen, approval of voters at both town meetings. Again, this is a school committee goal. And this is also, to clarify, this isn't something that I would imagine happening next year. I think this is a conversation that is just starting now. It's going to be a conversation that's going to be going on, I anticipate, through the rest of this school year and beyond. So again, the conversation I had at the school committee meeting, the conversation with the Chatham Select Board tonight, I'll also be doing this presentation before the Harwich Board on January 4th. This is the start of a bigger conversation, and I cannot imagine that we're going to come to some consensus in time for something to be on a warrant for town meetings this year. So I don't think anyone should should think that we're trying to rush something for town meeting this year. So I will stop there and stop sharing and turn it back over to you, Shereen.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the overview and the survey. I see where you're coming from, and you're coming from the perspective as being, somewhat, representing both the towns, as you had said. I think from my perspective, when I'm looking at where we would go from here, is what is Chatham looking for? What does Chatham want, and what does Chatham need? And basing that on, the work that we've been doing or trying to achieve over the last couple of years. We may all think that it's lofty to, think that we could be attracting people to town, but we're making that effort in our evaluation of the 365 committee, a commitment towards affordable and attainable housing. Will those shift some of those dynamics? They may. I'd feel really, really remiss if we didn't have a school in Chatham, an elementary school in Chatham that would support and attract a future for Chatham. This is a tipping point right here, folks, I think, for us as a community. And this is a lot to unpack tonight, obviously, but I think we are going to have continued community conversations, obviously, in the bigger picture. I see Corey put his hand right up. I know Jeff's been working with Alex and Jill on conversations with the school committee. So I'm just going to go down the roll here. Everybody just pop their hands up. Corey, Peter, Jeff, then Dean. Go ahead, Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No. This is a discussion that we need to have. I recognize it. Philosophically, I want to take an optimistic path that the elementary school will always be a component in our community. That these projections are exactly those projections. There's a lot of factors that may influence those numbers. We have housing and job opportunities and other areas that we're going to be working on aggressively. We have to, if we support this path, that could very alter these projections. I recognize the per pupil disparity between Chatham and elementary and the projections out there, but as Scott had mentioned, our projections of what 26,526 for FY25, they're not that far off with the projections of our surrounding towns. I mean, Wellfleet is projected at 29,143. Truro is projected out at 31,460, and Provincetown is projected out at 30,903. So I know there's a sticker shock factor in it, but we're not that far off of what our surrounding, communities are facing. I do think we need to figure out what is the best choice for our students, the best choice for our community. I think I grew up in this town. I went to the elementary school. I went all the way through high school. I don't think there is such thing as too small of a school, in my opinion. I have no regrets for my education here, but I do think we need to look at the big picture. It's a conversation starter, but I'm not going to take the doom and gloom position that we're going to be closing the elementary school in X amount of years. I want to be very optimistic about it and do everything in my power to take the path that would maintain the elementary school and figure out what is in the bottom line best for the students and best for the community. So it's a long conversation we're going to have, and I look forward to it.
Okay, thanks, Corey. I think Peter and then Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this the discussion about the inequities between the two towns is something that we've all seen over the last 3 years, even before that. I remember at a couple of Board of Selectmen meetings each year, the comment was kind of made that, okay, Harwich is once again paying more, and how long can that happen? And I think that's the inequities are inequities. It's not. I think we're now at a point where we're at I wouldn't call it critical, but we're at a critical point over the next year or two, where the school issue we have is just a reflection of the other issues that we have that are broader, that were brought up by 365. And right now, the 575, if I remember correctly from our package, it would be 583 in the FY22 budget, or somewhere in that neighborhood. And there isn't much we can do. If I understand what Scott said, we move children around from one place to another. The per pupil cost isn't going to change. It's a zero-sum game. Someone's going to still have to pay a little bit more or not. And that doesn't address the direct problem. I personally think that we need to take our school and what kind of a town we're going to be over the next 10 to 15 or 20 years. What are we going to end up being? And is it a retirement and second homeowner, or is it something more than that? And the school is part and parcel to that, as far as I'm concerned. I agree with Corey. I'd be more positive about trying to get something done, because if you don't, it's going to be done for us and nothing's going to happen, and we're going to become something we don't want to become, at least in my personal opinion. I do have, it was brought up at one of our meetings, or a couple of our meetings, to Scott. Comment was made, and I'm not advocating for this, not at all. Comment was made, we can close the school, the elementary school, and put the Chatham students in with the middle school. I just want to your thoughts on what that would mean, besides the costs that were associated with something like that.
So Peter, at the moment, I think to do that, the middle school's operating at, we're at capacity. That there's not free classroom space at the middle school to accommodate Chatham Elementary at the middle school.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure that was out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Jeff?
Yeah, thanks, Madam. Thanks, Shereen. So I just want to revisit history just a little bit here, just so we get grounded in some context. It's been 10 years and 2 weeks, almost to the day, that we took an historic vote in the town of Chatham to regionalize. And I just want to remind folks why we came together to regionalize the schools. We didn't have enough kids. We didn't have enough kids to offer the kind of mature programming in academics, arts, and athletics that we wanted to offer our kids. And we thought that getting larger would afford us to do that. And getting larger isn't all that big, by the way. And Harwich needed a new school. They couldn't pull off a new school by themselves. So they needed Chatham's participation to get the financing to build a new school. And by so doing, town of Harwich saved millions and millions of dollars. They were looking at a standalone project of 40 million, and I think their nut came in around 20 or 22 or so. And we helped out with that. But given those parameters, we never guaranteed that we were going to supply more students. I mean, we had a dwindling population of students back in 10, and that's why we regionalized. So that's the core of this. And Harwich, I've been to a couple of these meetings now with the Board of Selectmen and some members of the school committee, and they're pressing on the financial issue. The financial issue has got their attention, and I'm not going to give that short shrift. They're pressing on it. So that's their most pressing issue. My most pressing issue is how do we give our students in the elementary schools, whether it's Harwich or Chatham, the best we can possibly give them. And I'm not sure, I want to have an elementary school in Chatham, be there, no doubt. I'm not sure that having one class per grade is that good a model. So I'm going to be listening very closely on what other kind of models that might be out there, so that our students get more mass, more scale, if you will, to go to school with. Because I don't think having tiny, these are tiny classes now. They're not small, they're tiny, is all that healthy. It's where I'm coming from. I'm going to put it right out there. My kids all went to our schools here. They had mostly had wonderful experiences. They all did very well. And it was a very small school, but it wasn't a tiny school. So I'm looking to have maybe regionalization start a little earlier. And that I kind of favor the two-tier approach. And I think we're going to end up paying more money as well. There's some more money as well, but I think that's a healthier model for our students and for Harwich's students. The second survey showed me that perhaps there's a little bit more propensity to strike a middle ground with that model. So I personally favor that model going forward. But I wanted to revisit history a little bit because, you know, things change, and we desperately need more children in this town, and we needed more children 10 years ago. So it's, you know, and to quote Shireen and others this evening, we are at a tipping point. Are we going to invest in affordable and attainable and workforce housing in this town so that we have more kids? And we better start soon. We should have babies tomorrow in order to try to get caught up here. Because I think, you know, the road, you know, anyway. We have a lot of work to do here. We have a lot of input to get. Very interested in what the Chatham parents have to say. I was a very engaged Chatham parent some 10 years ago and for many years before that. So hearing what the parents have to say is extremely important to me as a selectman and as a parent. So I'll stop there. There's a lot of work to do here. There's a lot of cajoling, if you will. There's a lot of work. But I want the town of Harwich to also hear that we came together for many reasons, not the least of which was financial. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for making those points and giving us that history. Dean? You're muted, Dean. Can you unmute, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I have a little bit of trouble relating to small class sizes because I had 48 kids in my grammar school class in parochial school some years ago. Well, I've said previously, I think having an elementary school in Chatham is vital. And these are my preliminary thoughts, and I appreciate the report that the superintendent gave us and the process that's in place to try to come up with some consensus between the two towns. I think we should make every reasonable effort to keep Chatham Elementary School open and vibrantly functioning, including consideration of an increased assessment to help equalize the per pupil costs between the two schools, whatever that is. I'm not sure it's the full amount that Scott pointed out or something less than that. I don't favor the recommendation of having each town assume 100% of the cost of its own elementary school. I think they should continue as regionalized efforts based on the formula of contribution that's set forth in the agreement. I do agree with Jeff. I think that the split grade model might be the solution for enhancing the class participation between the two schools, and that seems it fell into the yellow category in the survey, and maybe there's some basis for proceeding with that approach. I do think if the town of Chatham really believes in having an elementary school, that the citizens in town should be willing to make the financial commitment that will help achieve some sort of equity as between the towns. And I do respect Jeff's historical perspective because he was involved in that. I have a question for the superintendent, if I could. We've watched over the last several years disagreement between the town of Dennis and the town of Yarmouth over the funding of their schools. I wonder if the Monomoy district, if it might be fruitful for the Monomoy district to consider inviting another town into the district, and whether that would help address the school population. Because if you step back and you look at the Cape and you try to project ahead 10 years, are we going to have all these independent school districts out there? Or are we going to have 2 or 3 really very large consolidated districts? And I know that Dennis and Yarmouth reached some sort of an agreement. I don't know if that's long-term. It's satisfied the situation for a while, but Dennis is a small town in terms of population year-round. Maybe there's a potential partner there. Apparently we do have kids coming into Chatham from Dennis. The choice kids seem to be coming from west of Harwich. I assume that means Dennis or Yarmouth. So I just wondered, it doesn't have to be limited. The consideration doesn't have to be limited to that town. And, Brewster is in the other district. But I don't see how we're going to have as many school systems, school districts in place 10 or 15 years from now. And we ought to be perhaps trying to jump on the opportunity for addressing our needs consistent with what might happen in the future. So it's a question for Scott.
Okay, Scott?
Dean, actually, a good question. I think when I was growing up, I grew up in southern Indiana, and the school systems there were sort of larger geographical school districts. As I came up to Massachusetts, what you find is we'll call it sort of the old Yankee provincial, and every town in Massachusetts tends to have its own school, and there's even when I was off Cape, there was the 2 towns had their own K-12 elementary districts, and we're holding on to them, and only regionalized at the high school. So, so there's lots of different models that exist out there. I do think if you look beyond Massachusetts, you're far more likely to see larger consolidations that are happening, on an educational perspective. And again, there are, you end up having economies of scale, but you also have the ability to go and bring resources together. So I do think that there's a high likelihood, if the trends that you're seeing on Cape Cod continue over the next decade and beyond, that there's going to be pressure to regionalize more. I do think it's challenging. I think there are some obstacles to regionalizing more, and so let's say that that Chatham decided that it was going to hop out of one region and join with another. There are costs that the town of Chatham, the town of Harwich have already sort of agreed upon that are codified in that regional agreement, and so there's sort of cost to leave, and so if it were Brewster or if it were Dennis, there's potentially a cost that their taxpayers might not find palatable to leave one region that they're in to join another one. But I do think that that if the trends continue that we're seeing across the Cape, I think there's going to be more and more pressure to regionalize, and I think I think that that you may see small towns again looking further out on the Cape, to see things like Truro and Provincetown. Do they continue to do their own elementary schools, or do they look towards towards some sort of regionalization? But again, I think there's a couple 100-year history I think particularly in Massachusetts of having the town sort of towns sort of stand very independent, and I think you see it in the school districts across the state too.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Scott? Is there anybody from the school committee that wants to say anything? I thought I might have saw. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but let's see if there was anybody that wanted to speak to any of this. So going forward, just can you reiterate what the next steps, Scott, are for what you're planning?
So I think on our end, it's continue conversations with the two towns on what would make better fiscal sense when it comes to more equitably funding the elementary schools. And again, have that be a separate conversation from the conversation on what makes for an ideal elementary teaching and learning environment. I'm somebody who believes that that we should not have finances necessarily go and dictate what's best from an educational standpoint, but let's look at what makes for for quality learning and teaching. And I know this from the school committee perspective, we want to have these conversations initially with our select boards to at least educate the boards and the populace, but then to bring stakeholders together to start that deeper conversation in terms of what makes for good teaching and learning at the elementary level.
Okay. Yeah, when I looked at the numbers of people that had responded to the survey, 95, and just hearing from the public that some future families might not have gotten the survey, and some homeschool people families didn't get the survey. And I just want to encourage that we, as a town in Chatham, that we encourage our families to weigh into this, to set the tone for the conversation that ultimately is going to go to the taxpayers in general. I think it's really important. I see there is a lot of people on the call tonight, and I do want to remind you, you will have an opportunity to speak after we go through our business agenda, again, if you wish to. But Peter, do you have something you want to add?
Just a quick question. If I understood what Scott said, and we're looking at it from where we're proceeding in our budget and so forth, look, we're gonna need some sort of a short-term discussion on where we want to go with the inequities that was shown in the $570. That's one. Then I think it's Jeffrey. Jeff is part of the group that's watching or participating in what's happening in the future. Is there some sort of time limit involved with that? So were we looking at our next budget, like fiscal year 2023, that we'd be looking at doing something, or is it be an ongoing discussion that we then follow? See where you're going first and then continue, or is there a deadline to look at something for budgets? I guess I don't like the idea of budgets driving education. I agree with that wholeheartedly, but I was just wondering where the process continues to go after the next 3-4 months or 6 months.
I see Nancy Scott raised her hand. I'm not sure she's raising her hand to answer your question, but let's just see. Nancy? Nancy, if you're trying to respond, you're muted. Okay, she's not unmuting, so Alex or Jeff or Scott, do you want to speak to the budget next steps? And Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's really up to the Board of Selectmen, and in your packet, I did say what I thought the impact on the tax rate would be assess an additional amount to sort of equalize what is called the inequity in the funding. So we'd want to do some more research on that just to make sure that, those numbers are fully vetted with what Chatham, to equalize that between Chatham and Harwich, which we can do. But again, that would be something that would come before town meeting for a May town meeting vote.
Yep.
So we would have to know that probably, sooner rather than later. I think our deadline for fiscal articles is December, but we do have until we close the warrant. So sometime between now and the end of December, or end of January, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, I was just going to say, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say the financial discussion ought to take place fairly soon, in the middle of January, so we can bake it into any kind of budget going forward, our budget going forward. And that's what Harwich is looking for.
Okay. All right. Jill? Jill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have town council on the line. I think that it's going to require a change to the regional agreement for any change in what we bring forward. So the school department is going to prepare their budget as a whole, and then I imagine for FY22, and I didn't hear the superintendent say that he's looking for a change in how the assessments will be paid by each town. But to do that, it's going to require a change to the formula, at least in my discussions with town council on that. So I think the sequencing is change to the regional agreement. If the board wants to contribute more at the separate warrant article for FY22, then I don't know how that would make Harwich contribute less. There's no guarantee that both towns are going to approve it. And so the school district is going to need a budget in place. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay.
I was concerned about.
Okay. All right. Nancy, your hand's up.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I was having trouble unmuting myself.
That's okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Carpenter was saying, that we are looking at two very different situations. And the second and more prominent situation is something that we are trying to get as much input as possible. And the language for our goal, and I don't have the language in front of me, but the language for the goal is to create a large group of stakeholders to have this conversation. It's not purely going to be based off of the survey. The survey is doing exactly what we had hoped it would do, which is create the conversation and get people interested and paying attention so that we can have a larger discussion with many, many other people from both towns. So I just want to, he mentioned that briefly, but I just want to reiterate that we as a school committee, we want to hear from the parents. We want to hear from the townspeople. We want to hear from future parents and parents who don't have kids in the system anymore, because it affects everybody in the town. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Nancy. I always appreciate your input. All right. Any further discussion from the board? To be continued? All agree to be continued?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Carpenter. Thank you. And we'll continue the conversation. Thank you, Alex, for your report. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to consider application for junk dealer license. And that is, let me just pull that up. That's 215 Mill Hill Road, and the applicants are David Owen and Christopher Owens and Christopher Jepson. It looks like you have filled out your application for the dealer's license to include, right now you have a dumpster on the premises to collect scrap metal. And you wanted to continue that operation. Don't know who oversees this. Shauna, do you oversee the or is it Katie? Katie, are you on the call?
Yes, Madam Chair.
The Director of Community Development. Do you want to give us an overview of the application?
Sure. I think, let's see. So my understanding is that there was a
that I'm just on the recommendation of the police department that the applicants filed this application. I believe they've been operating in that location for quite some time. So I believe that the application came in based on a recommendation just from the police department to see whether or not this is a viable operation in that location. But as you would see from the memo that I prepared after consultation with the building commissioner, that an approval of a junkyard in this location would actually be a violation, a violation of the zoning bylaw, because a junkyard is a prohibited use in the Water Resource Protection Overlay District. So unfortunately, in this instance, an approval would be a violation of the zoning bylaw.
Okay. All right. Any comments from the applicant at all? Dave, I see you're on the call. David Owens?
Yes.
Go ahead.
We had we had been doing this probably for about 4 years, and it's we're like across the street from a non-conforming general business, as you know, down at the T.W. Nickerson business, which is on town property. And there are, as I stated in the application letter, there's heavy traffic there from that business. We don't really generate too much traffic except for weekends and early in the morning, late in the day. There's only 3 residences past where we have the dumpster, one of them which belongs to the Jepson family. And we really have had no significant problems having it there. So other than having it on a main road, having it somewhere where we would have it, and we actually have a sign there that says no dumping. We're not promoting people to come there. We're not exchanging any money. It's mostly for metal that we're getting from our own jobs or picking up to get sent to scrapyard. So it's not like money changing hands. We're not running a business. We don't have a line of people there. It's very limited addition to what traffic is already there.
Okay, so as Katie had stated, that it's a violation of the zoning bylaw, the protective bylaw, Dave. So I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, I understand you're doing it. I understand that, it's been recommended that by the Chatham Police Department that this matter be taken care of. And I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way of operating that doesn't make it fall into like a junkyard, but that you're simply just storing some scrap metal in a dumpster, as a matter of you doing business. But I'm not sure we can even go there.
Right.
Katie, do you want to jump in? I see your hands up.
Sure, Madam Chair. Our Department of Community Development would be happy to work with the applicant to discuss how the actual operation takes place, and to determine if there's any viable way for them to continue the operation that would not be in violation of the zoning bylaw. Would be very happy to have that conversation.
Okay, all right. That would be great. David, would you be amenable to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris Jepson's here with me also.
Hi, Chris.
What it would work. We're off the main road. A lot of people actually stop by at night, and I think by having that dumpster there, it's keeping a lot of stuff out of the woods along some of the back roads in town. We really haven't had any complaints other than the police department suggesting that we at least apply for a permit. And I know because we did a little research on our own, there's only 2 metal permits in the town of Chatham issued in, you know, I suppose in any town, there's a ton of stuff going on that isn't licensed or in the absolute proper place it was designated to be done. So I think would be happy to try to make it work, and we would
Okay,
thank you.
so, all right,
Consideration of
so we want to hear from the board first to see if anybody wants to move in any other direction other than remanding this back to Katie to see if she can work with the applicant. Any comments from the board?
Madam Chair, Peter, I think that's a
Yeah.
good idea. That
Okay.
David mentioned that, you know, they're not running a business there, and if there's a way to do it, I was wondering, you know, what does it really mean to be a junk dealer, and what's the
Okay.
extent of what that is? So I'm
Got
fine.
it. Okay, Corey?
No, I was just gonna say, they've been operating for 4 years, with, you know, really no particular issues. And I appreciate the fact that they're stepping forward to kind of come into compliance as best as they can. Obviously, the bylaw issue is something we can't ignore. So if they could work with community development and we can come up with a legal solution, I think that's the best path.
Okay, great. Jeff?
I totally agree with prior comments.
Okay, Dean?
Yeah, amen to what others have said, and
Okay.
Dave's willingness to work with community development, maybe we'll come up with a solution.
Okay, well, I think we're going to take no action at this time and allow David and Chris to speak with community development to work out a plan.
Thank you,
How's that?
Madam Chairman and the board.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so our next order is license renewals, common victualers, in holders, lodge house, entertainment, automatic amusement, and automotive class 1, 2, and 3. This is just regular business, I think. We have a number of businesses. I don't know how we want to handle this. It's getting late in the evening. Any suggestions? Yeah, go ahead, Dean.
I think Corey had his hand up first, though.
Corey, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, on this first batch, the first page, I'm gonna have to recuse myself as one of the licenses is my own, so.
Oh, okay, Corey. I didn't even notice. Oh, there you are. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to offer a motion that with respect to the common victular and Sunday dessert renewals, that board approve the 2020 renewals of those licenses as recommended by the licensing agent, which would include the 2 additional enterprises that were added this afternoon by an email as communicated by email from and the names again was it St. Christopher's Grill and
Ridgefield Beach Snack Bar.
Yes, and I'll just quickly read the ones that are on the list.
Go ahead.
These are the ones that are fully in compliance with everything. Asian Paradise Restaurant, The Bagel Shop, Cape Ventures, Inc., doing business as Emac and Bolio's Ice Cream, Chatham Cookware, Chatham Penny Candy Store, Chatham Perk, The Corner Store, Dent Donuts, LLC, doing business as Dunkin' Donuts, Johnson Gulf Management, doing business as Seaside Links Pro Shop, Lily's Diner, Marion's Pie Shop, Monomoy Coffee Company, Inc., Public Cafe, Snowy Owl Coffee Roasters, and then there were several that we were recommended to renew conditionally upon submission of required forms and fees. Brick Block Ice Cream Grill and Grill, Buffy's Ice Cream Shop Inc., Carmine's Yobi of Chatham Inc., Chatham Beach and Tennis Club, Chatham Fish and Chips, Chatham Hometown Bakery and Village Cafe, Chatham Pier Fish Market, Larry's Pier, Ridgevale Beach Snack Bar, Short and Sweet, St. Christopher's Grill, like that, made up, and West Chatham Grill.
Well done, Dean. All right. Can I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, let's take a roll. Dean.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Corey. Oh, Corey's room. Right, sorry. Jeff.
Aye.
And chair says aye. So we have 4 approve and 1 abstained. Great.
Madam
Yes,
Chair,
go. Yep.
I think that the Board of Selectmen approve the 2021 renewals of innkeeper and lodging house licenses as recommended by the licensing agent. And I'll read the names. The innkeepers, Carriage Husband, Chatham Gables Inn, Michael H. Brett, doing business as Cul-de-sac Bed and Breakfast, Old Harbor Inn, Surfside Inn, Chatham LLC, doing business as Surfside Inn. Lodging house.
Now a little more.
Lodging house, 595 Main Street LLC, the Colonial Building Lodging, GRS Real Estate Sales, former Master Mariner property, J. Galt LLC, the Harding House, and a conditional renewal upon submittal of required forms and fees for the Quasit Inn, the Cove, and that's it.
Okay,
Second.
and we have a second from Peter.
Second.
Okay,
That was Jeff.
all right.
Yeah.
Jeff, sorry. All right, we'll take a roll on this. We'll go with Corey first.
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
chair says aye. Approved 5-0. Okay, next.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the 2021 renewals of automatic amusement, entertainment, and movie theater licenses as recommended by the licensing agent, and here are the names. One Drop Operating LLC, doing business as the Chatham Square, Bluefin Sushi and Sake Bar Inc., Brown James Buck Memorial Association Inc., BFW, Chatham Drama Guild, JJG Chatham Inc., doing business as Delmar, Red Buoy Inc., doing business as the Red Nun, Scorpios Enterprises Inc., doing business as Knott's Landing Bar and Grill. And then the following automatic amusement licenses: One Drop Operating LLC, doing business as the Chatham Squire, Brown James Buck Memorial Association Inc., BFW, movie theater license, Chatham Orpheum Theater.
Okay, second.
Second.
Peter, okay, roll. Jean,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
chair says aye.
And Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the 2021 renewals of Class 1, Class 2, Class 3 auto licenses as recommended by the licensing agent. And under Class 1, we have Madden Motor Group, doing business of Chatham Ford. Under Class 2, auto sales, Cape Auto Brokers, Paul Jenkinson Sons Inc., doing business as Chatham Antique and Classic Auto, Christopher Wentworth Auto Sales, Clark's Auto Services Inc., that is restricted to 10 cars for resale, Kelsey's Auto Rental Inc., IHH Birmingham, doing business as North Chatham Savon, restrict 6 cars for resale, no display of vehicles that will interfere with corner sight lines. Under Class 3, Clark Auto Services Inc., fence installed in compliance with Mass General laws, all salvage and recycling materials and vehicles located behind the fence, and that's the motion.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, we'll take a roll. Corey,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Chair says aye. Okay, that's passed 5-0. All right, thank you. Our last business agenda item is a monthly report. This is the town manager's report and a monthly report for 2020. Jill, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So briefly, we wanted to note that the town manager's community updates are available on the town's website with an active link in the report here that's also posted. And that as we're working to upgrade the town's websites, we're also looking for input from residents or users who have visited the website or have actually experienced other websites that they thought that the town should emulate. And so that link is also in there, and that's on the town's main page. You'll see a button on the bottom left for that. And then the 2021 mooring permits and wait lists have been issued, and they are published, have been issued as of December 16th. And because of that date, the renewal date has been extended by the harbor master to January 31st, 2021. So this is a 2021 mooring renewal permits and wait lists that we had worked with a vendor to build and email directly. So it's all online. And
Jill, can I ask you a quick question about that? What if somebody doesn't have an email? How are they getting corresponded?
they can contact the harbor master's office if they
have to contact them. Okay.
I think so. And I can check into that further, and we can include that in a press release. But as far as I know, that those who have a renewal have been notified, and if there's any issues, that they can contact the harbor master's office.
Right. Super, thanks.
And then last couple of things here is just because we've been publishing the reports directly to the website, just because of the scheduling of the selectmen's meeting, I did want to note the years of services for town employees. So for December, we have employees such as the town clerk, Julie Smith, working 26 years. And then for December, we have Patty as the DPW secretary. She's been here for 3 years. And then if you turn the page for the anniversary dates for January 2021, we have Stuart Smith as a harbor master with 36 years of service, all the way down to Joshua Holmes as a newer police officer with 1 year of service. So congratulating those employees for their dedication, especially in 2020. It's been a tough year, and really appreciate their years of service. And a couple notes about the Corona Relief Fund reimbursement that expires on December 30th for the town. And so Alex is doing a great job tracking expenses for COVID. And while we see that there is a balance here, all of the funds will be 100% expended by December 30th. And then what you'll see attached to this report is the monthly report for November from all of the department heads. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Okay, any questions for Jill from the board? Okay, all right. Jill,
Great.
thank you. Okay. All right, our last order of business tonight is public comment. If anybody would like to weigh in on matters discussed in our business agenda, please raise your app hand in the Teams meeting or speak out. Any public comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any this. Oops, I do. All right, Mira Baldwin. Would you wish to speak?
Yes. Hello. Thank you. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mira Baldwin. I want to speak on the issue that Scott Carpenter brought up about the elementary school numbers, and just voice my perspective. I'm the parent of 2 daughters. My oldest is in 1st grade and my youngest is in preschool. So this is definitely an issue that would directly affect my time and my course as a parent. And I work locally. I work in the healthcare sector. And I was really grateful to hear that you guys all share a value that is really dear to me, which is kind of preserving our town and our community. I want to speak to the proposal of an upper and a lower elementary school, which seems to be something that a lot of folks were a little bit interested in and would be really difficult for me. And I also think for a lot of other young elementary school parents. I've lived in towns that have had upper and lower elementary schools before. They're often really close together in adjoining buildings. And I'm assuming that we would be using our existing 2 elementary school buildings, which would mean that the upper and lower elementary schools would be 20 minutes apart. Scott Carpenter did not speak to this today, but he did put it forth in some of the publications he'd sent out that he thinks that the start and stop times of the 2 schools might have to be different because of busing needs. And that was really concerning to me. I'm a working parent, and upper and lower elementary schools that are 20 minutes apart would involve 2 different drop-off times, 2 different after-school programs, 2 different pickup times for elementary school age kids who need supervision. So that was something that I feel like would be really difficult for me and for a lot of other elementary school parents. I definitely am not a fan of the under one roof decision, and I think that I'm preaching to the choir here. That seemed to be a pretty unanimous feeling against that. But I just want to share that I've worked for a long time in rural Alaska, where there are a lot of examples of elementary schools closing, and it's just such a sad anthropological study of a town dying. I just think we need our elementary school if we're going to stay alive. And I know that this is a value that we all share of preserving our town and making it possible for young families to move here and thrive here. I don't know all of the corresponding data, but I felt it is a little potentially misleading to show just FY12 and FY21 as data points. There have been so many factors that have affected school enrollment this last year, and using those 2 data points to establish a slope, and assuming that it represents the ongoing slope seems odd. My daughter just started kindergarten last year, pre-COVID, and she was in a grade with 2 full classes. And my understanding, and this is anecdotal, is that multiple families from Harwich requested to school choice into Chatham and were denied because those 2 classes were full. So that just, it leads me to believe that COVID aside, we do have a strong possibility to keep 2 full classes for a long time. And I feel like our best bet here is to really see how enrollment shakes out after COVID settles down. I think it is not fair to our kids and our families to base actions off of this very strange year in enrollment. Thank you very much.
Now you're on mute.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin, for your insight and your perspective on this. That was a really interesting aspect on the timing issue. Any other public comment for this evening on any subject matters? Go ahead. Who is that?
Herb Bassett.
Hi, Herb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the conversation that we've heard tonight between the Board of Selectmen and the school superintendent is very enlightening, and I think it could be a starting point for the whole town. We keep hearing, and this is a good thing, but we've heard the selectmen say in little bits and pieces ways to help the town. And I think what they're really trying to say is we need a holistic approach for the young people with school-age kids to stay in the town. And I've been hearing that in little bits and pieces, but I think we need to put it under a label of maybe something like a holistic approach. And this might be the kind of shock that people need. I've spoken over the years with members of the 365 group who have felt that despite their hard work, sometimes their recommendations they just fall by the wayside. And this is a chance to involve that group even more with people who want to keep our elementary school open. So I see this as a real opportunity for us. And I want to thank you very much.
Thanks, Herb. I couldn't agree with you more about a holistic approach to how we are addressing our concerns for the community. And I know that 365, though we accepted the recommendations, town matters move slower than we'd like. But I think that hearing of a community message from the Board of Selectmen is in that aspect is really important. I do want to note that what we had been planning was to do a strategic planning process with the community before COVID. COVID struck us down on that. COVID, has done a lot in how we look at things now. But I totally respect what you had to say, and I think the board hears you. I see that Michael Westgate has his hand up. And Michael, you'll have to unmute yourself, and if you'd wish to speak. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I want to raise one issue that hasn't been raised, I believe. And that
Sure, go ahead.
is in housing. We're seeing 30 demolitions a year. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you muted?
You're muted again, Michael, so you have to unmute.
You're muted again.
Am I?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Unmute yourself again, Michael. Nope, you're still muted, Michael.
There's about 30 houses in town being demolished each year. To solve the school problem, we have to really double down on the housing problem and deal with the not just new construction, but saving what we've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Okay, any further public comments for this evening?
Turn back on.
Any further public comments for this evening? Any further public comments for this evening?
Okay, I'm not hearing any. Final words from the board.
I thought I saw David Whitcomb.
Shireen, you got a
Oh.
hand up. You got a hand up.
I don't see it. Hold on. All right, if I have a hand up, go ahead, David.
Serena, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. I know it's about 4 hours since you guys began, so I'll be brief. Wanted to talk about the schools just for a minute. I think Dr. Carpenter has done us all a favor by producing this information as a starting point for moving forward with retaining our Chatham Elementary School. There are two situations that were brought up. The immediate one is the budget coming up, and then the second is the long-term vision for our Chatham Elementary School. And I'd just like to help Mr. Dykens out. I think he might be outnumbered in that group he's at, to remind people that back when we started, we rebuilt our schools in 1998. We added the middle school on, we renovated the high school and the elementary school. So our effort to regionalize was because we needed students. And on the other hand, Harwich needed a partner to build their buildings. They had, as Jeff said, $40 million allocated. The final bill, their final bill for the high school came in at $22.6 million. So there was a lot of immediate savings for Harwich there. The votes in Harwich were just about unanimous to regionalize because of that. And as you can recall, Chatham was a little more reluctant because of not giving up our autonomy. So I think it's important to keep our elementary school, and we have an opportunity now to go through that and figure out a way to do that. If in fact we do give Harwich the increased assessment that they want, that would be pretty close to $3.5 million, which is more than Wellfleet, more than Truro, more than P-Town, who are running their own small schools also. So there's a lot of opportunity there. The last thing I'd like to say is that I'm a little reluctant to open up the regional agreement until we have a clear understanding of what Chatham wants to do with our own elementary school. So I'd like to push the town manager, the town council, to see if there isn't any way to do maybe give that increased assessment to Harwich without opening up the agreement. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you, David. Any other thoughts tonight? Any final thoughts from the board? All right. So I guess I'm going to accept a motion to adjourn for the evening.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay,
A second, and I think we wish everyone a happy holiday.
Here you go.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, definitely. Okay. We'll take a vote. Corey,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
Jeff.
Happy holidays, everybody. Aye.
Hi. And the chair says hi. I just want to thank everybody who was on the call tonight, who weighed in, Superintendent Carpenter, our town council, Pat Costello, town staff that worked on tonight's meeting, and just wish everybody a happy holiday and maybe a little bit of a respite for a day or two. All right. Take care, everyone. Good night. Thank you, Jill.
Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Happy holidays.